Nation. My
Right.
morning.
Now recording.
Oh,
Yeah.
now we are recording. Okay, great. Let me start again. Good morning to the beautiful nation. My name is Akil, and this is our SACAP Youthful or Young Professional webinar. Thank you for joining us all here live today. For those who are here, I see we have 23 attendees. That is beautiful. I can actually see almost all of my class students here. I am marking you all present. That's very beautiful. Thank you to SACAP for allowing myself and Papama Mkandi to host this event. I'm coming to you live from CAD for All Institute of Applied Architecture in the Western Cape. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce this morning's panelists. So we have quite a few speakers on our lineup. I will firstly run through what the day is going to be about, and I'm going to thereafter give some direction as to what will happen. So very quickly, I just want to mention to everyone that is here that this has been a project in the run for a long time. In fact, myself and Papama have been discussing this idea of a youth webinar for some time. And in our discussions, we had mentioned that there's been a lot of talk about having the youth coming together, organizing themselves, particularly in this day and age. But we haven't seen a lot of collated action together. And we thought this might be a good opportunity for the architecture profession to embrace the youthful nature of our continent and our country. And so once we approached Nkozo from SACAP, he approached us in uniting us in forces to regulate and not regulate, to put together this event. So thank you very much again to Nkozo for all of the efforts you managed to put in. So the purpose of this event is to try and get all of the youth, particularly the registered professionals, as well as students who are in undergraduate coming into the working force, to get them thinking along the lines of what is architecture for you and where is architecture going to place you in the future. There is a lot of agency that the youth have, the ability to control the outcomes of futures. And it's unprecedented that we have never done it before in such a globalized world, or local globalized world. It's a world that is connected, and we all are connected in some way or the other, and it's more pronounced now, particularly in a post-COVID age, where a lot of the world has moved over into a digital realm. And so this particular webinar is not something that happens in isolation, nor should it be something that is seen as a once-off event, but rather it's intended to kickstart a chain of events. And so without any more from my side, I'm going to run over the program for today. So the first person we have for the opening and welcome, we'll have President of the Council of SACAP, Mr. Ndugu. We'll then have some a cup of coffee and some biscuits from the Vice President of Council, Mrs. Shongwe. We will then move over to the message to the architectural, young architecture professions, and that will be from the chairperson. The chairperson, please, everyone who is joining, please put your mics off and your cameras off. So then third, we will be having the message to the young architectural professionals. That will be the chairperson of the investigating committee. That's Councillor Mandisa Papeta Daki. Then we'll be looking to the purpose of the day from my colleague and my comrade, Mr. Papama Mkandi. Then we'll move over to me, and I'll give a presentation on introduction to youth agency in South Africa. And then we'll have a question and answer session. And so the times for these are running from 9 to 20 past 9. Well, I guess it's going to be slightly adjusted for the time now. Then we'll move over then to 9:20 to 9:30, 9:30 to 10, then with Papama kicking off at 10 to 10:30, then myself from 10:30 to 11:30, and then from 11:30 to 12, we will have a question and answer session. So thereafter, Papama is going to take over and lead the panel discussion, and that will be with the young architectural professionals, local and abroad, and that will be with Ms. Sumaya Vagis, Pendula and Zipo, and Inam Kula, and that's from 12:30 to 1:30. Thereafter, we talk about the importance of identification of works. That's with Councillor Vusi Bailane, and that's at 1:30 to 2:30, and then the presentation joined to practice by Mr. Luvugo Mkaka, and that's from 2:30 to 3:30, and then closing remarks by myself from 3:30 to 4:45, and then finally a vote of thanks from our Vice President, Mrs. Shongwe, and that's from 4:45 to 4:00. So without further ado, Mr. President, would you please be able to grace us with your presence and your welcoming words?
Okay. Thank you very much, Akil. Let me greet everyone And today, this is a significant month for the youth. We really celebrate the youth this month, and it could have not been a better way to do that by bringing together young professionals to talk about architecture, their contribution to the future of architectural profession in our country. For now, yes, we will start in our country, but I see this as going throughout the African continent and probably throughout the world. One needs to ask the question as to how the young architectural professional can shape the future of architectural profession. And those are the questions that the youth should be asking, and they will be giving us the answers as to how they will be shaping the future of architecture. Also, because they are not working in isolation, they just recently graduated, and some of them are still at varsity, they're still studying, and they are enthusiastic, looking forward to be qualified architectural professionals, and so that they can actually apply the knowledge that have been taught at the varsity. We will be, not doing justice, to be honest, to our young graduates and our professionals, that there are challenges, that we always have challenges, and there's pandemic which is ravaging the world, and also which is actually adding more strain into the economy of the country at the moment. It is a fact that those challenges should be made known to the young professionals, and also it is not controllable actually as a professional when you graduate to automatically get employment opportunity. Those are the challenges that the young graduates are faced with, and also what should they do to take that enthusiasm and change it and make it a contribution towards the career they studied for. It is the responsibility on us as the elderly professionals to actually lead and assist the young professionals to actually feel welcomed, and also given a space to contribute for the betterment of this profession. But we can all do that with the assistance of the government, the role players in the built environment professions. We have government who is mainly the employer, and also we have a private sector which plays a good role, an important role to create job opportunities, so for the professionals to actually make a contribution towards architecture. But it's not necessarily there's a lot of areas that the youth or the young professionals can contribute in architecture, teaching, practice, lots of areas of architecture that can actually be looked at by the youth. But I don't want to make a speech because this is the day for the young professionals, and they are the ones who need to discuss these issues and put them on the table. Ours as the elderly professionals are there to support and probably indicate and give directions as to those potholes that are always there, that can actually hinder the contribution of the youth towards the betterment of the profession, architectural profession. But I don't want to be sound like there are only problems. There are also opportunities that are there for the youth to actually enhance the architectural profession, but it needs a lot of innovation, a lot of thinking, of the box, because you know this term of thinking out of the box is the term that is usually used in the studios of design for architectural students. So that actually will be needed even at this stage. After you've graduated, you are practicing, and not only about the design, about life in general. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I want to see this forum getting bigger, so that the future of architectural profession is well looked after by the youth, because you are the future. And then ours is just to give you all the support you need, so that we can see some nice designs, the profession growing bigger and bigger. With those few words, I would like to welcome everybody and wish this webinar to actually be fruitful and deliver the message that is meant to deliver to the young professional. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Ndugu. Your wise words and your words of encouragement are greatly appreciated. And in fact, something that the President has mentioned is this idea of there being challenges in the field. And the idea of us being the ones in a position now to contribute to the field and innovate solutions is our responsibility. We are now the custodians of finding solutions to problems. And that is what we do as architectural technologists, architects, draftspersons. It is our duty to innovate solutions. In our designs, we custom make an architecture for a brief. We need to now custom make a solution. And so I'm now going to welcome on board the Vice President of the Council, Mrs. Letsabisa Shongwe. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks. Thank you, Akil. And good morning to all my, I'd love to say my brothers and sisters, my younger brothers and sisters, which is the youth. I am Tabi Shongwe, and I'm the Vice President at SACAP. And I get to serve on the board of SACAP with incredible architectural practitioners, as the President has spoken. It really is a lovely place. That's where we all sit and we decide and make great decisions on the profession and what guides the profession, as well as the challenges on the profession. That's where we solve them. So this is a really lovely morning. I'm so glad to be a part of this, and in taking cue from what the President has said and setting the tone, that we have decided to be here for you, to reach out and reach across to yourselves as the youth. God knows we wished we had a body of people when we were younger. You know, sometimes it just feels like you were flung out into the middle of nowhere. But now that we have these things like Zoom and we are connected globally, we have the ability to reach out to each other. So this is a really special day, and I'm seeing that the participants, the attendees are rising, which is really fantastic. So on our slot today, I would like us, sometimes I always say to my counselors that, the unfortunate thing about these Zoom meetings is that we don't get to be able to come together and, sit around a cup of coffee and something to eat like how we used to, and we used to come together to decide the matters of the profession. So I think if we can all take about 3-4 minutes to go and make a cup, if everybody has made one, and fetch a rusk or a biscuit, whatever makes you feel warm and included. And then we can come back. I have something very special to read to you that gets me excited. So maybe we can step away for like 3 minutes. If there's any inter-chatter, it can take place, but we can go make a cup and then we can come back.
I think that's a great idea. That's a great idea, Ms. Strongway. In fact, I always tell my students to get snacks for my lectures.
Yes.
You always need to be on a full stomach so you can listen.
Okay.
I think it's a great idea for everyone to chat.
Yes, but they must come back.
Yeah, you must come back.
You must come back. Okay, so just let's say just 3 minutes, go and fetch, and then we come back, and then we carry on. But in the meantime, I believe one of the panelists had something that they wanted to flight, which was the Corabrick awards that took place recently. So yes, please do go ahead. You know, it's always such an honor to get to see the latest winners. I had the good fortune of being able to be a recipient about 15 years ago. So Corabrick is a great supporter. Go right ahead. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strongway, for your kind, wise words and words of encouragement, as well for the break to get snacks, tea, coffee, biscuits. I also like a good sandwich, so maybe you can get that for yourself as well. Munetsi, is the video available to play? I think it may be on its way. So whilst we are gathering some tea, coffee, to my students that are there, please have your journals out. I'd appreciate if you're taking notes, much like the ones that I'm taking. All right. Mr. Munetsi, there's no sound that's coming through at this moment in time. Can we just have a check on the sound, please?
Where's my phone?
Have you guys heard about the Jessica challenge? To all those who are in the audience, Jessica challenge. Jessica, we are live. Hey, I see we on morning live, and it's such a fun little challenge to have. If you don't know about it, check it out. It's on the website. Hashtag Jessica, we are live. Guys, there's still no sound coming through. Please just have a look at the sound. If you want to let the video play, we can let it play. We can maybe narrate over it.
There's another speaker here.
Brenda, please mute.
There we go. There's the sound coming through. I think we can maybe just start from the beginning so everyone can have a view of it. And I think as well that perhaps the link to the video can also be provided in the chat area. So to all of our attendees, students, fellow registered professionals, you're welcome to send messages through in the chat box and have a chat with each other, apart from the conversations happening here. But as soon as we get into the question and answer session, which will be at 11:30, you are then welcome to have live question and answers. And prior to that, if you do have questions and you eagerly need to write it down, we have a question and answer box. You can click on the question and answer box below where you can see share screen and whatnot, and you can type in your questions and we will then scroll through them and answer them. Let's just see on the sound again. Munetsi, sound?
Okay, we'll be getting back to our session in about 30 to 45 seconds.
Okay, I see we're having some technical difficulties with the sound. Sorry, is that you, Vice President?
Yes, I was gonna say, it's so special what Corabrick does in the fact that year on year on year, come COVID, come not, come troubles, come good times, they continue to be a part of us in elevating the architectural profession. You know, it's remarkable. You know, sponsors come and they go, but Corabrick is continuously consistent So, I mean, we were born and there were still Corabrick Awards, and, hopefully when we are 100 years old, when we leave the earth, there'll still be Corabrick. So they do good work, and they really elevate the profession. It's spectacular.
Most definitely. Most
Yeah.
definitely. In fact, as a recipient yourself, Vice President, what would you say is the most memorable part of that experience of being a recipient yourself?
I think, what's memorable about Corabrick, firstly, is that they give you a whole wad of money. As a student, used to seeing that big bag of money. And it's quite lovely. It comes at the end of, right at the end of your profession, of your professional studies. What could be also memorable is, when you're going through your thesis and you're putting it together and you're going through the motions and you think you're depressed, but you're not, and you might lose your mind, or you're not thinking that this may translate into an award-winning project. You're just wanting to do what's best, leave your heart on the piece of paper, and then at the end you get rewarded for something like this. And for the fact that Corabrick is it's continuously celebrated out there. So what's memorable is that you get this big wad of money. Preferably don't go and buy clothes. I kept mine for a year and I put a deposit on a house. So that is what is remarkable at Corabrick. It has the ability to change your life depending on what you do with it. Others start practice. That's what I did. So it's quite fantastic, and I see that they still carry on. I think now we can get back to our slot. To the youth out there, right now the participants are growing. I have something very special to read to you while we have this Corabrick video being flighted at the back. I remember when I graduated, behind my graduation certificate was a poem that was written, and it was actually seen by my mother. She was the one who's like, listen, have you ever read this? I was like, no, what is that? I just ignored it. I thought it's preamble or some type of sticker or something at the back. But it turns out it was the entrepreneur's credo. Now, why do I feel that I need to read this to our youth out there, our architectural youth? It's because you must know that your studies are designed to help to enable you to make bread. That's the idea. The idea, yes, is to go out into the profession, to work and serve companies. But at the end of the day, you're being taught to be able to put bread on your own table, to seek opportunities and to survive. So you are created to survive. It goes like this. I do not choose to be a common man. I seek opportunity and not security. Now listen to that. I do not wish to be a kept citizen, humbled and dulled by having the state to look after me. Yes, it is good that the state looks after, certain social groupings, but it's not the ideal. That's not what you want to go for. I want to take the calculated risk. Now listen to that, to dream and to build, to fail and to succeed. Failing is a very important part of succeeding. I refuse to barter incentive for a dole. A dole is something like a government handout. I prefer the challenges of life to the guaranteed existence, the thrill of fulfillment, the stale calm, to the stale calm of utopia. Like, this is what this entrepreneur's credo is saying, that I'd rather be thrilled by fulfillment and not the stale calm of utopia. I will not trade freedom for benefit, nor my dignity for a handout. I will never bow before any master, nor bend to any threat. Yes, the profession does get threatened, and it's important not to bend to this threat. It is my heritage to stand erect. You are inherently built to be able to stand and to withstand, to be proud and not to be afraid, to think and to act for yourself. I like that part. It says to think and to act for yourself, because sometimes you're going to find that your back will be against the wall, particularly with times like this with COVID, and you're not knowing whether to look left or right. You're not getting answers. You're not getting callbacks when you're trying to apply for a job. But it is okay to think and to act for yourself, to enjoy the benefits of your creation. Yes, you are designed to be a creator, a technical creator and a design creator. So you must enjoy those benefits. Those benefits are in your hands. And to face the world proudly and say this, I did this with the help of God. I have done all this, and this is what it means to be a true entrepreneur. And I love the part that says, I did this with the help of God. Now, when it comes to that aspect, it means every higher being or source that you tap into the universe or your meditative space, be it whether it's Allah, to those who are Islamic or any religion. So you need to tap into your sources, because they're the ones that will always help to bring out that aspect in you. So this was sitting at the back of my certificate when my mother showed me this. And 15 years later, I still refer to it every time I do have my elements of fear. And it helps me to keep going forward, because, you know, it's about the thrill and the excitement of the possible catch, you know, when you put yourself out there. Yes. Yeah, thank you for that. I just had to share that with you. I think we'll be.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Shongwe.
Thanks, Akil.
So Mrs. Shongwe has shared, if I could say it to you guys, a source of inspiration through the medium of poetry. And in ourselves as architectural professionals, and I'll use a broad term of architectural designer. As architectural designers, we always look for poetry in the world, the poetry of structure, and as you may know it as tectonics. In the poetry of structure, and you look at the tectonics of the world, it's important that you make these similarities, these kind of connections. And it's important that you yourself go out, you in your own agency, go out to seek these connections. Connections and connectivity is what this youth webinar is about. To make connections not only in your field and understand how your field operates, but connections with people within your field and out of your field. And so now I'm going to hand over to our Councillor Mandisa, who is going to share a message to all of the young professionals. Councillor Mandisa, are you there?
Yes, I am, Akil. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Am I able to share screen?
I believe you should be able to.
Okay, let me have a look. Greetings to the attendees whilst I share my screen. I'm excited about today that we are given an opportunity to share the time with the young professionals. I'm just working on sharing my screen. Can everyone see?
Yes, I can see it.
All right, thank you. Right, so just give me a sec. Let me make sure that I'm on the right screen.
Such is life, right? Such is life, the toggling between screens. In fact,
Yeah.
even as Zoom lectures
Yes.
with my students, we
All
have
right,
the same problem. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you to SECAP. Thank you to the organizers of today. My sharing will be quick. I need to time myself so that I don't go over. It's easy to really go over. My name is Mandisa Pepeta, as I have been introduced. I'm an architectural professional based in Durban, and I just want to share. I was asked to speak to the young professionals, and my sharing is about the growth plan. We now, as those who are mature and growing in the field, we can articulate what we mean by a growth plan. Before, we didn't have a growth plan. We just dived in and it so happened. but we are much wiser now. I know I had the VP sharing that poem, which is very, it was quite profound because it gives the background of how you arrive at where you want to go. And I will share briefly my personal journey, and then with that, tying in with the growth plan that I started. I'm from Bizana in the Eastern Cape, and architecture got me by chance because I didn't know that there was architecture in the world, because I've never heard of it. I've never seen one architect or architectural professional. And in my high school, my career choice was totally different. And through friends, I got to know about architecture. And when I was introduced into architecture, I had not done technical drawing or EGD in our days. So I had a very difficult time, especially in the first year, because I remember we had a lecturer called Mr. Ori. I studied through DUT. It was ML Sultan at the time. And I remember him taking me through, whenever we draw a section, I do not understand, why would you want to cut a building in half? I didn't have an idea. And he would put me in the center of the door, one leg out and one leg in, trying to make me understand that this is how you cut a section. And it was that difficult. So the background is important in terms of how we get into architecture. So I want to start introducing my topic that it will be focusing on the growth plan. And when I looked up what growth planning means, so it's an extract. It says it begins by setting out business goals or any goals. Those leads to strategies and tactics for reaching them. So I just want to start with that. And then going forward, I'll go forward to the next part of the growth plan, that as young professionals, my talk is targeted at how you achieve what you want to achieve. I've put it into 6 stages or that you can focus on. So those stages speak to studying, it speaks to candidacy, it speaks to being a professional. You are emerging, whether as employed or as a business owner. It speaks when you achieve excellence or you become experts or you master your craft. And also it speaks about mentorship and advocacy. Why is it important to speak to this? It's because in SECAP, we have been exposed to categories. You know that we have draftspersons, we have technologists, we've got senior technologists, we've got architects. On all these professionals are important in their diverse ways, in their different ways. But this particular growth plan is applicable to all. And when I talk about studying, I will start there, that when you study, I touched briefly that I was in high school, not exposed to any subject that would lead me to architecture, but through friends, I got to understand that there was architecture. I got orientated there, I got introduced to architecture, and it was not easy studying architecture, but I loved it, I must say. The people who introduced me, asked me that, what do you see yourself in any career path? I said, I want a practical subject or a practical course, a practical career, because I didn't want a theorized career, but I wanted a practical career. They said, okay, maybe you can try out architecture. But in our first week, when I got orientated in the University of Technology where I studied, it was critical because it gave us a summary of what architecture is about. And I really loved it during the first week. And all the time of my studying, I really enjoyed it. I know that here we have students, we've got young professionals, we know about not sleeping at night. You know, after I finished my studies, I could not have a normal 8-hour sleep. I didn't know what was that. I could not, I never got tired. I would just stay awake, you know. So that comes, the abnormalities that come with architecture, and you've got to unlearn certain things and get back to being, having a normal life. So it's part of studying. We'll go to our lectures, we'll go into our studios at night. And you know, the bond we created with the fellow students that we were with. So enjoy your studying. Also create lasting friendships, even during your studying. Help each other. You know, it's so difficult. Also, we know that we've got those who are coming from a background where you can't afford the equipment, the technology. You don't have a laptop at home, you don't have a computer with the software. You've got to spend the night at varsity, you've got to spend the night at the University of Technology. Do all of that because it's all worth it. So we did it, we enjoyed it. We are now reaping the rewards. So that is an encouragement that comes to studying architecture. After you finish your studying, you get into candidacy. What does candidacy mean? At the time, it was not clear during our time. You find a mentor. Immediately after you finish studying, you must you get employment. If you don't get employment, you're thinking that you start a business of your own. At the time you could, but now it is not allowed. So you then find a mentor that will coach you on how to carry your architectural professional work. So you learn through candidacy by identifying a mentor. It could be someone you know that is doing architecture, or it could be someone you didn't know. I'll make an example. There are Institute of Architects that have got mentorship programs. They've got matching, they are matched, the mentees and the mentor. So look up into those institutes and who is providing mentorship, and put up your name so that you can find mentorship, because that's the only way you can become a professional. After 2 years or so, you write your exams and you become a professional. So why it's important for you to study? We are experiencing a challenge now where people have been in the industry for 10 to 15 years, but they're not registered as professionals. They never registered at SECAP. They never became candidates because they thought at the time it was an option, or else they looked up to their employers to register them. But you must take it upon as an individual responsibility to grow yourself. You become a candidate, and then you upgrade to become a professional. It is very important. Also, it comes with benefits. You know, when you're a candidate, you've got what is called monthly training records, where you can actually document your journey, whereby you see this is your growth area, this is where you are. So all of these things, before you could look at it, that how is it going to benefit me? It benefits you because you can actually document your growth. You can see that within the category of the candidacy, there are areas that I'm still lacking, and you'll find a proper and suitable training towards that. When you become a professional, it comes also with responsibilities. Those responsibilities are such that whatever you put on paper, you must know that you are responsible for that. You're no longer looking up to the mentor now to take responsibility. You take responsibility. Every line you draw, every word you say, it's taken into account. You know, right now, the way we run our businesses, we always say, you must do everything like you're going to court tomorrow. If you are issuing an instruction to a contractor, issuing an instruction, you just had a telephone call with a colleague, you confirm it by email to make sure that you're on the same page. If you are working with a contractor on site, you issue a verbal instruction, you go back to the office, you write that email, or else there's a site instruction book, you write it down. But even the drawings that you do, the letters that you write, the emails that you send, you need to acquaint yourself with professional writing, because everything that you do, it may catch up with you tomorrow. You could specify a certain paint or a certain roof type, you know, and you have a conversation, you confirm a color in a telephonic call, and a person you specify a traffic green color, and a person goes put a red and say, no, I don't remember that conversation. And then you cannot say, no, I told you. That doesn't work as long as it's not written down. So as you continue doing that, you are training yourself, you are growing yourself. And when we started, I didn't know how to do an invoice. I didn't know how to do a quotation. And I would Google all of that because at the time I had not found a mentor. I didn't know how to run a business. I didn't know what to do. But I had this zeal of knowing that I have found what I love, but I need now to grow, and I didn't know how to grow. So we are saying to you as young professionals, make up a plan for yourself, have a graph that you put up for yourself, that this is my low point, this is where I'm starting, I'm becoming a professional, this is how I'm going to grow. So we're encouraging that even as a professional, you start by being employed, you continue, even in your employment, you will start as a junior, you will, your employers will recognize that you take your work quite seriously, you'll be given opportunities, don't mess up those opportunities. And then you'll get to a point where you become a senior, so it's important to know that you don't start from the top. You start from the bottom, you work your way up. But that doesn't mean that you allow yourself to be abused, to be oppressed, to be undermined. But you need to understand that you don't know everything whilst you are young. You don't know everything whilst you are still emerging. You need to be trained. Even though you're a professional, you're still getting guidance for those who have been there longer. And then you get to an area where you become an expert, or you excel. I always say you must master your craft. There are people who love design, and they excel. You don't be offended if you find that you don't know everything. Other people excel in project management. So their companies or your company will send you to site to run sites because that's where you excel. You take minutes, you communicate with other consultants. So that will grow you, and by so doing, you develop a certain craft. It doesn't mean that you ignore the others, but you will see that as people, we're not the same. You've got weaknesses, you've got strengths, and you need to harness and embrace your strengths. Weaknesses are good to be there. I am an employer, and I had problems at some point with some of my employees because you think, hey, this guy is just lazy. This guy doesn't hear what I'm saying. This guy is just irritating and annoying me. But when I got the secret of how to work with people and how to grow somebody, I understand when it says focus on someone's strengths. Don't focus on their weaknesses. What we do is that we focus on weaknesses of people, whereby you see that, okay, this person is not, find out what is their strength and focus on that strength and build that strength. So even as a young professional, you may find that I'm still going to go to the stages of architecture, but you need to, within the 6 stages that we deal with, know all of them, master all of them. But what is important is there will be a niche where you see that I'm good at this. And when you are running a business, you have a choice. But when you are employed, your employer or your senior will begin to see this is your strength. So if your strength is on design, if your strength is on assessments when you go to site, if your strength is on construction drawing, if your strength is on running sites, you will be recognized in that and grow yourself. There are short courses that are there. Some study diplomas, some study the first degree, second degree, go all the way to PhD. There are studies that are saying there are not many people who are doing PhDs right now. So go all the way. There's nothing that is stopping you. And after you've done all of that, you get to another level where you become a mentor. Isn't it? You were mentored, you are a professional, you need now to make time to become a mentor. You must mentor somebody. Also, there's advocacy. If you see injustice in the industry, you must speak up. You must be bold to speak up. I started my company at the age of 24. I grew from there. I involved myself in the institute. I'm a member of the SIA KZN. I also got nominated to become a councillor at SACAP. That did not happen by chance or by overnight. I did not know anybody in terms of people that would favor me, but I have worked on growing myself, and some people got to recognize and understand The reason why I also involve myself, SciKZN is a voluntary association. I'm not promoting SciKZN. There is SciAT, there is SciAT, there is SciBid. There's a whole lot of voluntary association that you acquaint yourself with. The reason is because firstly, you learn to work with diverse people. Not everyone is your color, not everyone is your gender, not everyone comes from your background, but you navigate through people skills where you get to know how to work with people, how to build associations. And also, if you see injustices happening in the industry, you see your peers being oppressed, your peers not being treated well. When I go as Mandisa and begin to address that employer, there could be a problem. But if I report to an organization, an institution, I no longer speak as an alone voice, but I speak from a corporate place. And that corporate place is much safer. And we know that as we're running the business, there are times when we are not paid on time by government departments or any other client. But then you find that you don't know where to go. But if you know you have associations, you have institutions or organizations that you align yourself with, you learn how advocacy works. Also, you become a champion that advocates for other people. You become, you get into activism. Right now, we're speaking about transformation. We're speaking about equality in the workplaces and all sorts. But how do you do that? You recognize first that I have grown from studying. I have grown as a professional. You've gotten a mentor. You also take a role in the society where you become a mentor and also where you advocate for injustices from any kind. Our convictions are different. So whatever doesn't sit well with you, find a way to address it. You must never be a person who sits and just be complacent with things that you see that are not going right. But also when your peers are not being treated well, you mustn't take comfort that you are treated well. You must also be their voice. So those are the stages that I wanted to share with you in terms of the growth plan. Look at it. Put your own growth plan. You know, I was talking to one young person who is another field of a career, and I said to them, at 35, where do you see yourself? And then from there, work 2 years. 2 years working backwards, you must have been in another place. Currently, that young person is 26. So every 2 years, you need to achieve a level of growth, and that level of growth you must be able to articulate it. So that is where I will stop with that. And then the last slide that I will go to is this slide, also as a growth plan. You see in this slide here that I have, it's an extract that I got from a website for Designscape and Saya. It speaks about the 6 stages of architecture. Right? So if you are a professional, when you get to become a professional, you need to do all the stages. You find that we've got professionals that know how to bring about an idea. Some they do feasibility, or stage 4, which is project, stage 5, the construction, and then close out. So what is important here? What is important here is that you need to know all the 6 stages. That must be your challenge. You cannot just know how to go to site and do assessment. You cannot know just how to design and have your 3Ds or maybe your hand sketches. You need to develop your design. You must know what material and how does it work together. You must also, when it comes to project procurement, we're talking about the tender system. The word tender has been so demonized, you know, because of the corruption and what is surrounding the word tender. Tender has got nothing with corruption, but tender is a process. But how do you get to tender? You must make sure that your construction drawings are ready. Someone can take your drawing, they can price and they can build with it. They mustn't come back to you to say, I see that you've got this timber beam, but how do I fix it to the wall, or how do I fix it to the column? All those details must be there. And then you go to the building process and the construction stage where you deal with the contracts. There are different contracts, JPCC and other contracts, which allow you to have a way and a mandate of how you manage the construction process between the contractor, you as an architectural professional. Then there's closer stages where you must make sure that there are manuals, certificate of completion, and so on. But why am I also emphasizing this is that being an architectural professional comes with responsibilities, and you've got stage 1 to stage 6. For you to know that you are achieving, you must know that you've got to know all those stages. It doesn't matter the category. Thank you very much, Akil. I appreciate the time.
Sure. Councillor Mandisa Pepeda Daki, what moving, what an inspirational, what a phenomenal talk you've given, because from the little that students know of the professional world, because indeed students don't know a lot about the professional world. You've given them quite a concise and comprehensive overview. If I just look at my own notes here, not only was it wise words that you mentioned, words of encouragement and understanding, but you also mentioned the MTR, the monthly training record, which is something all students are going to get into once they've completed their studies and are mentored under a SACAP registered professional. You also mentioned things about you joining at a young age, from the age of 24, starting your own business. And you spoke about activism and agency in the capacity of someone who is very young. You have quite an outstanding career and an inspiration and an example for many of the students to follow. You mentioned talk about voluntary associations. These associations and groups and organizations that are generally affiliated with professionals, these should be seen as supporting entities that support a professional's growth. And students aren't aware of it, but student growth and professional growth is greatly related to these voluntary associations as well as to your professional body SACAP. So it's important that all students begin to familiarize themselves with what is a professional body, what is a voluntary association, and everything that you've mentioned, Councillor, is of the utmost importance, particularly for those students who are in their final year, undergraduate students. I think the greatest thing that I could take away from all of the wise words you've mentioned is this idea of an empowered youth, a youth that is fully capable, fully capacitated to take on the challenges of this world and contribute to the field and move it forward. And that I must commend you and applaud you on. Thank you very much. Councillor, are you still there?
Yeah, Akil. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Mandisa, I don't have an emoji, but I'm going to give you a clap for it. Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much. So with all of those wise words at hand now, we are going to move from the idea of empowerment to the idea of purpose of empowerment. And for that, I'd like to bring on board my friend, my comrade, Papama Mkandi, and he's going to give us an overview of the purpose of today. So thank you very much, Councillor. Papama, you will take over from that very strong presentation. Papama, you there?
Thanks, Akil. Thank you to Councillor Pepeta as well. I'm not sure if you can see me.
We can't see you anymore, Papama. We need to see your beautiful face.
I'm really trying. Yeah, thanks, Akil, and for the enthusiasm. I'm not quite sure why the camera is not coming on, but let me see what I can do.
It's okay.
It's really a privilege to be part of this initiative. I want to first express my gratitude to SACAP for the opportunity, to Ntokozo, to Brenda, to Monesi for your hard work behind the scenes. I think the program has changed a million times and you didn't lose your cool. So thank you so much. Okay, I think that's me there. I'm going to project eventually. So I think my job is to kind of take us through the background of how we got to be here today. And I wanna go back to 2019 when I had the privilege of attending the Bordakai Institute of Architects dinner, and the registrar of SACAP, Advocate Fiduli, and the then president of SAIA, Dr. Luyanda Mpashwa, were down in East London, where I'm based. What struck me was Dr. Mpashwa's talk, and he remarked about a recent experience that he had, a trip to Nigeria where he was in a room full of young professionals. And he says that in that room, there were also toddlers or scholars at primary school and level who were brought in to listen to this architect speak. And so when he came back, he asked himself, what is wrong with our profession? Why isn't there a network for young professionals? And he went on to say other things like we continue to be a very insular profession that is very much detached from the very communities and people that we design for. And so when he finished speaking, I walked up to the registrar and I said, now may be a time to kickstart that conversation that we've been having about the need to get young people to be involved in this profession and hopefully shaping its future. Literally the rest is history, right? So I got to interact with Ntokozo, and that's how I got to meet Akil. So I want to start off my session by sharing some reading by some South Africans that I really think are remarkable and have served this profession well. We had tried to get Francis Carter onto this program, but unfortunately we were not successful in the end. I'm quite saddened by that, because part of my talk leverages on some of the incredible work that he's done over the years, but also another person who I look up to, who is kind of like my architectural hero, because I think it's important for us young people to have such role models in the profession, is none other than Rodney Harbour. And I think that as I was preparing for this, and I came across this piece that he had written in a book called Architecture. Yes, that's the one. And I think it sums up really where we find ourselves today. And he says, I'll try and be quick. South Africa has been developing formal architectural education system for nearly a century now, based firmly on the British model. By the mid-20th century, there were 5 internationally recognized schools, teaching exclusively white and predominantly male students according to values imported from Europe. These teachings were based on traditional methods and subjects, from classical civilizations to the modern movement, and included basic design, calligraphy, life drawing, and so on, climaxing after 5 years of full-time study in a design thesis. I'm sure we're all familiar with that. Parallel to these schools, technical colleges biased towards draftsmanship and technology taught a second tier of technicians who were ultimately precluded from practicing as architects. The first Black student was a young Muslim enrolled at the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg during the 1960s. And the first indigenous African studied at the University of Natal in the early 1970s. Since then, there has been a gradual transformation of the student body, including a higher proportion of female students. During the 1980s, an awareness of our unique setting in the Southern Africa began to creep into the agendas of liberal university schools of architecture. Institutions such as the University of Natal Appropriate Housing Technology Unit recognized a new urbanism arising from pressures to migrate to opportunities offered by cities. resulting in shack settlements around the peripheries of major South African cities. New technologies based on recycling waste, natural materials, high densities, informal trade, and urban survival gradually became recognized in all schools of architecture. Thesis projects shifted their focus from opera houses to community building. With the advent of the first democratic government in 1994, dramatic changes in the structure of the architecture profession began taking effect. A new inclusive South African Council of the Built Environment, SACAP, was promulgated, with which all actors in the built environment had to be registered. Technicians were now also to be held accountable for their work. All of the schools transformed their offerings into two-tier degree programs, terminating in a Master of Architecture. The technical colleges became universities of technology with ambitions to offer accredited professional degrees, although to date, the number of accredited schools has increased only to 8. Despite these transitions, South Africa simply does not have enough architecture schools. For example, Brazil has a comparable development economy, but 4 times the population of South Africa. It apparently has over 300 schools of architecture, with 76 in Sao Paulo alone. We can only hope that many more schools will emerge in South Africa in order to more adequately meet the demands of the developing economy and associated infrastructure. Another challenge facing architecture education in South Africa is the lack of representation of the general population profile among qualified architects. Currently, only a very small percentage is African. This is a serious shortcoming that needs to be addressed. It may be a consequence of a post-colonial legacy whereby indigenous people are taught to aspire to another culture at the expense of their own. In most South Africa schools, for example, English is still the language of instruction. Yet this situation is a pity when one considers the rich heritage of indigenous knowledge that has resulted in some of the most efficient shelters on earth, especially in this era in which the value of sustainability is becoming widely recognized. I think I'm going to stop the reading there because I don't want to run out of time, but I guess all of us get the gist of what Prof. Rodney Harbour was talking about. And then I'm going to switch to a slideshow that I presented, prepared for this. Let's see how we go, yeah. Right. Okay. And so why are we here? And I think the objective is to create a conversation that on one hand acknowledges and celebrates Youth Month 2021, but also zeroes in on the challenges facing our profession and maybe our country and economy at a wider level. And to begin to think about what we as young architectural professionals can do for the future of the profession and hopefully for the future of the country. And so we start with this horrible picture, an unemployed architect who graduates and applies for 100 jobs with no luck, which coincides with a very, very dire unemployment rate, far more severe under the youth. And so these are the things that I think young people need to think about as far as our role as young architectural professionals. I say this because architectural professionals are taught in an academy that offers us very useful skills and tools to navigate a very complex world that is changing at a rapid rate. We often say our career or our education gives us very fluid capabilities to adapt to change. far more than many other professions can. But it often is the case that we are the ones who are missing from most of the conversations where decisions are made. And I'm not quite sure that we can still afford to be those detached people in the way things are in our country and looking at further afield. And so we need to think about the context that we are operating in. We are entering the fourth industrial revolution, and we are incurring its transformative effect on the work and the future of work. And we need to be the ones that are thinking about innovations in the workplace, changing the outlook on practice, and challenging the status quo. We must also think about our presence on the African continent in line with the Africa Free Trade Agreement. And we must think about how our profession can be leveraged to empower us to be able to ply our trade in other places beyond the borders of only South Africa. And then some basic thinking around the framework for a young architectural professionals network. And I have to declare that this is not cast in stone, but it's really designed to instigate a conversation and debate amongst many young people in this profession who will hopefully shape the consensus of what a network of young professionals in this country must look like. And so we're thinking broadly around SACAP, the voluntary associations, and the green imperative around the GBCSA. And I think there are many other organs that we must think about within that framework. And then we must also think about where we are located in relation to the private sector, the state, academia, and other outlying contexts. And then we must think about the skills that we need to gain. As Councillor Pepeta was going through a presentation, this is what came to mind. Around management, around design, around building, and around research. And then we must think about, this is a conversation that I had with one of the industry's stalwarts, Mr. Al Stratford, who said to me, architecture is art, culture, science, and technology. And I think what becomes important here is how do we contextualize our profession in relation to the built environment and construction and infrastructure on one hand, but also how do we relate to the creative economy, the arts, and now the emerging digital sector. So these are the things I think young people must think about in terms of how to imagine the evolution of the profession. And then we must also think about the Sustainable Development Goals, the impact of COVID-19, the infrastructure-led economic recovery that our government has pronounced, and the 4IR as something that's going to change lives for us permanently. And then we must think about education, what needs to change in our architectural learning sites, and what needs to stay the same. We must think about transformation, and we must interrogate what transformation means and understand it deeply as young people, and hopefully innovate and bring about those outcomes that would be in line with the desires of transformation. And then we must think about financial modeling and funding financial innovation, because as Councillor Pepeta said, tendering has taken on a very complex tone, which is not always going to be sustainable and many times. And we must think about the relationship between funding from the private sector and funding from the state and other partners. And then of course, we need to stitch sustainable networks that are going to ensure that our profession grows and is sustainable. And then we must think about our relationship to other bodies in this profession. the Royal Institute of British Architects, which is pretty much a very important body in shaping the way we think about our own profession. If you were paying attention in the reading I did with Rodney Harbour, he does kind of allude to our relationship with this body and many others like the Commonwealth Association of Architects, our relationship with the UIA and many other voluntary associations such as SIRE. And then we must think about the departments, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Department of Human Settlements, Department of Arts and Culture, and even the Department of Higher Education and Training. And we must think about the skills that should come from the different professions that feed into this built environment landscape that we have to interact with as architectural professionals. And particularly the Department of Housing and Human Settlements is one of particular interest to me, where in our country housing continues to be a big problem. And I'm quite familiar with the fact that some years ago the department launched a degree program, a Bachelor of Human Development, Human Settlements Development. Yeah, that's what it's called. And that program fuses development studies with some of the work that we do in this profession. And many of the graduates there would come out and struggle to find a job because there was no place to absorb their skill, or there was no place that understood where their skill would fit in. So all these human resources capacity is something that I think architects and other built environment professionals must think about leveraging. Right, and then we must think about landscape architecture, urban planning and design, human settlements development, and many other transdisciplinary possibilities that we could filter into and pivot from a career like architecture. And then we must think about the terrains in which we practice. Urbanism on one hand, most of us are said to be migrating to cities because of the opportunities that are found in there in conventional architectural practices. But we must also think about the potential for rural studio in our country, which has got many rural communities that need housing and placemaking solutions. And in that, we must also think about the potential to work for government as well as an employer in this field that services those communities. And then there's the space for innovation and competitions that should always be there to challenge us and help us innovate and improve our craft. And then we must also be aggressive in tackling the grant funding opportunities that exist on the global landscape. And then further down, there are things like the research opportunities that exist out there for us to further our education, the CETAs, our relationship with the TVET education stream that is supposed to be a pipeline of skills for this and other sectors, and competitions, as I've mentioned. And then I think that in the end, architects are also important for the shaping of the identity of South Africa. And so as designers, we contribute to the aesthetic brand that is South Africa. And so we must think about those institutions that work with promoting the idea of South Africa. And we must be involved in assisting in those programs. Okay, and then I'm going to stop my slides here. There is one other piece of reading that I will use to close off my presentation this morning. And it's one that comes from Francis Carter, who wrote in the I think it's the Journal for the Institute of South African Architecture, and it's the November-December issue of 2008. And so you will see how relevant this is, and yet it was over a decade ago. And the piece is titled Architectural Practice and the University, 4 Academic Strategies for Engagement. Without going into too much of what the text says, there are 4 pillars that Francis Carter was arguing that we should look at in terms of how the profession is, or the academic space teaches teaches architecture. Sorry. And so the first one, he says, within cultural studies, in the histories and theories of architecture, lies academic literacy, the rigor of critical reading, of constructing a logical argument with proper reference to existing sources, coherent writing, etc. But there are also knowledge systems underneath the applied knowledge of histories and theories of architectural design, of philosophy, aesthetics, history of art, African studies, post-colonial theory, etc. That I would argue you need to have some grounding in to become academically literate in the histories and theories of architecture. Secondly, he says, similarly, within architectural technology and environmental studies lies a material literacy, understanding how material behaves physically and how you work with it manually and mechanically, under which there is a knowledge of the broad arena of technology and production, a scientific literacy of both material and environmental performance, under which there are knowledge systems of chemistry and physics, and a mathematical literacy, e.g. of geometry, form-finding algorithms, and structural analysis. The third point he makes is, within design is spatial literacy, which we deal with well, though we could be making the terminology more explicit, particularly for second language English speakers, under which is a knowledge of placemaking, which we don't really explain. Within communication studies in its various forms is graphic literacy, where we still have to find ways of bridging manual and digital media in our foundational teaching, under which are knowledge systems of representation and media studies, which we don't really explain. Within professional practice is a societal literacy in the politics, economics, and law which frame design decisions, which we do not introduce properly and usually only explain tangentially in relation to history of architecture or the building contract, under which there is a knowledge system of sociology at least, if not of development studies and globalization, which we hardly get to at all. And so I think these are important points to ponder as we try and shape an agenda for our own profession. And I think that these texts are useful in helping us ground our beginnings of this thought process. And I welcome many views from our colleagues in the sector, many young professionals, whatever inputs they may have in beginning this conversation and hopefully moving forward towards the kind of consensus that is needed that can shape a progressive and sustainable network for the profession. In closing, I'd like to say, in 2010, RIBA put out a report called The Future for Architecture. And I urge all of us to spend some time reviewing what that report had to say about the future of this profession. And it makes targets for 2025, which is 4 years away for us. And it will be interesting to see how some of those predictions have come into being. I think we really need to rethink our structure of practices today. I think we have a serious crisis of unemployment, and we need to create spaces for early entry work for graduates who are coming out of university and other institutions. And so that requires some innovative thinking. I think COVID-19 has now made it possible for distance learning to be a reality when many others were struggling to imagine it before. And so it's a very interesting time. It's a scary time, but it's also an exciting time. And I think us young people should be equal to the task. Thank you, Akil. Thank you, everyone.
Papama, thank you very much for not only giving us an overview of the purpose of this entire operation, or this entire webinar, but also for giving us more to ponder about. In fact, Papama and myself have been chatting about hosting this webinar for some time, but in fact, indeed, it was Papama that had approached SACAP prior to myself engaging with him a long time ago. Papama was the one that actually had come up with this program and structured the day and had suggested who are the speakers. So Papama, thank you for all of the efforts you had managed to put in and all of the work you are doing towards it. Papama, a lot that you've mentioned could be written as a thesis on its own, because there's so much of research that has been done or so much of research that you've referenced towards progressing this architectural field. Now, Papama, you kept also quite well to the time, so thank you very much for that. I must say that in the conversations between myself and Papama in structuring this event and prior to this, there's three major focuses that we have issues with as the youth coming into the profession. Myself as someone belonging to the youth. By the way, apparently, I think it's Merriam-Webster or Britannica defines youth as between the ages of 10 and 25. Therefore, I no longer fall under youth per se. Maybe I'm older youth or something like that. But as I was still a youth, three major things hit me when I graduated. And even during my studies, it was something that caused a sense of instability within myself. Those three things is unemployment, the high unemployment rate with very low pay. That's something that disturbed me to the core. Whereas in other professions, as I know my wife is in a separate profession to myself, the direct path in progressing and the remuneration is much higher than what it is in the architectural field. So that's something really affected me deeply. The second thing is architecture as being a dying field, a field that might no longer exist in the next few years' time. And this is something that deeply concerned me, because all of the people that I was studying with were deeply interconnected into the fabrics of society. They knew about history and biology and geography and all of the ologies and ographies and whatever there is out there. They were so influential and so together in their understanding. They had such a comprehensive overview and such a good camaraderie between all of them that I felt the world was going to lose a significant portion of its population that was smart and capable if the architectural industry goes. So that was something that really concerned me. Finally, the difficulty in progression. In order for you to become, say, an architect in the end, or as an end goal, is that something necessary? And are the timelines that we have in order to achieve this, is this necessary? These are the kind of things that had struck me as a graduate. And these are the conversations that Papama and myself centered a lot of these discussions we're having today about. Now to the student, perhaps to the student who is here, who's a first year architecture student, maybe second year, you feel as though it's a long way away from you, these matters. But honestly, it's not. In fact, these 3 years or 4 years or 5 years you are enduring your studies, maybe more, this is the only period in time you have to really reflect on yourself and your place in the world. Thereafter, it's a fight. It's a fight to be able to thrive in this world. Fighting is not always a bad thing, no, it's conflict. It's the way to develop character, to build strength of character, to show that in the face of adversity, you are capable, you are competent. And so one of the outcomes of this is that students and young professionals begin to realize they aren't far away from this world that we are talking about. They are also intimately entangled in it, and they are capable of making a change even as you are a student right now. And so that's going to kick off my session. My session, as you can, as I have discussed in the beginning, which starts at 10 to 11 is broken up into 5 parts, but I'll keep it into 4. So every 15 minutes, I'll be discussing a different segment. In these 15-minute roles, I will discuss a few ideas, and there will be a short break of a minute or two to give some thoughts and reflections and to send a message through on the question and answers. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the historical start. And yes, some of my students are like, oh no, there he goes, history again. Yes, unfortunately, students, it is history again, but it's history that's pertinent to you. So the next segment is influenced by the future of architecture, which is a social media series I hosted at my organization, An Architect, earlier this year. And it forms the basis for my final year history course at CAD for All Institute of Architecture, of Applied Architecture. It is the basis of my final year history course in the latter half of the year. And it's really focused on what I define as a post-orthographic period in architecture. And for those of you who know architecture history, we have the postmodern approach, and I believe the post-orthographic is where South Africa has related itself or positioned itself. So I'm going to begin sharing my screen very quickly. Can everybody see my screen? Can anyone just let me know? Say yes, Papama, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can, Akil.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Papama. So as you can see, it's starting, or the initial title page of this segment is called The Future of Architecture. By the way, for my students, I want to be testing you on this. Write this stuff down. So the future of architecture. And as you'll be able to see, SACAP Young Professionals webinar, Youth in a Post-Orthographic Age. That's the title of the segment. We're talking about youth, that's you, in a post-orthographic age. A youthful nation. In fact, a youthful nation is what we are. If you had to look about the statistics, gosh, my words at this moment, the statistics in Africa, you would see that Africa has a median age of 20.5 years, which is 20 years, 6 months, by the way. The median age of this continent, this whole entire continent, which could fit almost the entire Europe and China and India and other places, this large continent, which we sit on at this moment in time, can hold a significant number of people who are not just capable, but who are also young. The median age of 20.5, if you look at it in the bar below, it says, which are over 30 and between 30 and 1 to 30, and then 18.5 to 20, and then 18.5. Looking at this diagram, you can see that Southern Africa, which is where we locate ourselves in, is about, or it has a large population of people who are between the ages of 20 and 30. These are yourselves and myself. We are able to now take this collectivist idea of us all being young and forge a future ahead. So the first thing I'd just like to take note of is that we are a youthful nation. Youth means a number of things. Potentially, we have a long lifespan ahead of us to make a change. But it also means we have the energy, the capacity, the ability to try and inject our contributions into this field and moving it forward. Unlike the other countries in the world and the other continents, we are the one with the most amount of youth that has the ability, the capacity, the energy, and the numbers to drive an entire new movement in the architectural profession. And so why not start with us? Why not? And next, moving to the next slide, which talks about a connected world. And as Papama has mentioned, 2010. To yourself, if you are thinking about 2010, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Because if I am now thinking about 2010 and I sit, it doesn't take me long to think about waka, waka, hey, hey, hey. It doesn't take me long to think about Shabalala's first goal. Hey? It doesn't take me long to think about, hey? It doesn't take me long at all, because I remember in South Africa from 2004, after winning the bid to the World Cup, we then had the World Cup, 2010 FIFA World Cup, the first time a soccer World Cup was going to be hosted on our continent, here in South Africa. At the time I was in Durban, and the World Cup as a hype was at its massive. There was Kenako. I remember, and I think everyone who's sitting here has memories of the World Cup, whether you were in grade 8 or 9 or 7, or you were 8 or 9 or 7 years of age, you remember the World Cup. And that's where I'm going to hinge this particular point in history off. This particular portion of history that I'm talking about is starting from here. So I'm going to be talking about the last 10 years in this profession and this continent, the last 10 years and the ideas, the zeitgeist, as they mentioned, the ideas, the spirit of our times. And so in the last 10 years, there are a few things that we need to talk about. I'm just going to go back quickly. It's a connected world. So perhaps the thing that we need to take into account here regarding the connected world is that in 2010, we brought the world to us. And we made connections, physical connections to all the people, whether you're in the stadium. I recall myself attending one of the World Cup matches. I was privileged and fortunate enough to have been able to attend a match. Also, by the way, for some of the lesser known countries, there were, or the less supported countries, if you could say it, in South Africa, because there weren't that many people around from the particular nations, there were seats available. Anyhow, so that's the ones that I went for. Now, upon attending the World Cup, there was this whole procession. It was almost architectural in nature. So from George Campbell School of Technology, there was a bridge that walked over all the way. There had to be a procession started. So you come on a bus, they drop you off by George Campbell School of Technology. It was passing a freeway and there was a bridge going over the freeway. So myself and all of, and my family at the time, and our whole cohort of people were walking together. You could feel the energy. It was vibing in that place. You were moving, you were walking, you could hear the spirit, you could hear the vuvuzela, you could hear a lot of excitement. And this was at 3 o'clock in the morning, by the way. So anyhow, we're walking, we're marching, and then the group just gets larger because it's almost like as if you pick up people along the way. You're like magnets, attracting everybody, and you're moving towards it. And then you enter the Moses Mabhida Stadium. On axis, you see this Y arch, the Y which is supposed to symbolize the coming together of people, like in our flag, the Y. On axis, entering, looking straight into the stadium, you see the lights beaming, and your eyes are like, you're starstruck, like, what is going on? And then you sit next to somebody after the procession of entering. It's almost like this reveal and openness of expectation, because you're entering the stadium and then it's all closed up, and then you enter into the large field ahead and the lights again beam on you, and you see all of the people in the stadium of multi-ethnicities and nationalities, races, colors, creeds, backgrounds, gender, whatever. Everyone was there. And at that moment, myself as a student, sitting there thinking, wow, what a connected world we are. Physically connected. And at the same time, while I was in high school at this time, at the same time, there was other kinds of connectivities going around. Remember this, guys? BBM. Ding, ding, ding. That's been vibrating in your phone. BBM. This kind of connectivity didn't exist in Southern Africa before. BlackBerry, yes, I know. It is no longer around with us anymore. Rest in peace, BlackBerry. But the BlackBerry created a new revolution, a wave. And if you remember this time, and I'm sure a lot of you would remember this, and you should, particularly if you were, say, even 7, 8, 9, or 10, it was a lot of students' first time encountering the idea of instant messaging. So the instant messaging meant I could send you a message now and you'll be like, Akil, start talking nonsense to me. This didn't happen in the last 10 years, and I'll send a message back to you. Yes, it did happen. And all this in a short space of time. Now, the BlackBerry allowed for 3 phenomenal things to happen. If you read the article in the link below that's provided here to this image, you'll see this time it was 2012. The period was 2011 to 2012. 2012 was talking about BlackBerry dominating the cell phone market. Imagine BlackBerry from completely dominating the South African cell phone market at that point to not being around anymore tells you about how times change. But anyhow, I divert. I move away. I transgress. That's the word. So let me come back. The BlackBerry had 3 important portions to it, or 3 important happenings. The one was BBM, BlackBerry Messenger, where you could have instant messaging. Yes, this was at the time of Facebook and WhatsApp, but Facebook was quite large at the time. WhatsApp was still coming around in the market. But moving on from this instant messaging, we also had this idea of unlimited internet. If you recall, you could have bought a BlackBerry and you pay for it every month and you have unlimited usage of the internet. Myself, I recall reading on Wikipedia articles about calculus, because I was doing my final year at the time of high school studies, reading about calculus and saying, oh, I can use my cell phone as a tool for education. My cell phone is no longer a means just to engage, but it's a tool of education as well, because I had access to the internet. And a lot of students like myself around the country were exposed to the first time to internet, which is connecting us together. Before, internet used to more or less be something associated with the privileged and the elite. But now, if you had a BlackBerry, you have the internet, and the internet opened you to a world of possibilities. Also, prior to this, in around about 2005, 2006, we had Mixit. Rest in peace, Mixit. But we now had something that is moving on from Mixit, going into Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp. We had BBM, we had the internet. And then we finally had something else. We had the birth of the smartphone, which everyone now has, it's synonymous with the Apples and the iPhone and Samsung and all of these notebooks and whatnot. But before this was the first idea of a smartphone. Everybody had it. Almost everybody you know had it, particularly if you were in the urban metropolitan areas. But this gave birth not only now to, so if you go back, we had a physical connectivity in the world here with the World Cup. It's almost as if this was a forerunner to the next digital connectivity we're going to have. This was a next level. This was, as I would say to my students, a level of abstraction, moving towards a new kind of connectivity. And so in January from 2015, so we were 2012, we moved in 2015 now, you can see the total number of active internet users in South Africa was 24.9 million. Then you could say internet users as a percentage of the total population. Of our population in South Africa that were using it, 46% were now connected to the internet. And the total number of active mobile internet users were 20.9, because now you didn't need a computer anymore to access the internet. You just needed your phone. That was the beautiful thing. Myself and yourself, we didn't have to go to an internet cafe anymore. I have a laptop in front of us. I could go, pring, pring, pring. Oh, what's this? Is this my, oh, okay, it's my BBM. Where are you? You are wasting my time. Oh, there you are. Oh, you there. I could find somebody so easily with BlackBerry Messenger. I could figure out where you are, and all through the use of my smartphone. Well, not the smartphone, the BlackBerry. Pretend it's a BlackBerry. And so now thinking about it, it's almost as if the internet itself became portable, because you could carry the internet with you in your pocket anywhere and everywhere you were going. And this was the magic of it. It was a new era, a new paradigm shift in our understanding of connectivity. And now I'm going to pause for a few moments to allow you to grab your thoughts, to hold on to your thoughts a bit. So what was the major thing that I spoke about? I spoke about connectivity. And I want you to hold on to it and sort of solidify it in your mind, because you're going to hold on to this particular thought. It's a connected world. We are connected physically, particularly through the 2010 FIFA World Cup. We're then moving on to this abstraction of connectivity through the BlackBerry and this sort of infiltration of it into the market, and this idea of a portable internet that you could take wherever and use wherever you want. You could use Google Maps. You could not just only communicate to people, but you could also now check somebody's status of what they were doing elsewhere in the world. And so for a couple seconds, a couple moments, we pause to think, wow, that was between the eras of 2010, 2015. And we kind of remember that. It wasn't such a long time ago. And now we talk about another pervading idea at the time, activism, a youthful activism. And so looking at youthful activism in 2010, 2011, 2012, we had the Arab Springs, if you remember. And if you don't, hey, don't worry, you can always find it now on Wikipedia. It wasn't so easy to check that out before. But now you can. You could actually search it now and it'll come up. And why would it come up with a plethora of information? Because it was one of the first social revolutions that had occurred, in which it was documented almost primarily on Facebook. In fact, the usage now of technology as a tool to provide social cohesion and social revolution was now evident. The Arab Spring movement could overthrow government all by being organized via Facebook from people who didn't even have to be next to each other. People who were sitting close to each other, no, not just close to each other, nations apart, or miles, kilometers, however many. You were far away from each other, but you could be connected. And so now technology, and if we go back a few slides, we see this idea of being connected taken further. We're not just connected anymore for the sake of fun. We are connected now with purpose. Because if you can connect people and you can collaborate with people, like how much of the speakers, Papama, myself, have collaborated to put this webinar together, there was a whole entire nation, or the Arab nations, North Africa, along that area, had worked together now to overthrow oppressive government regimes, or what could be defined as oppressive government regimes. And so this could be seen as the strength of technology used as a tool of social transformation. And now, the ideas and the fist, generally the fist, like when Nelson Mandela had walked out of prison, hey? Showing the fist, not a fist to say I'm not giving help, but a fist to show power, empowerment, strength. This symbol became synonymous with a number of movements at the time. Perhaps the earliest one, as I mentioned now, is the Arab Springs. But other movements had occurred over time. Now, the idea of the fist held in hand doesn't only show the idea of empowerment, but it also shows that we will fight for what is right, what is righteous, what we believe to be righteous. And many people can see the fist as a collectivist identity. Because in fact, you see the fist with the pencil, and the fist with the gender-based sign. In fact, now with the power of social media, we had a lot of movements like the Me Too movement coming across, where women who were taken advantage of or sexually assaulted or anything that was done in a sexist manner towards women, they could now speak up about it. In fact, with the power of the internet, we could connect so many stories which weren't heard before. It becomes very difficult to hide information when everyone can be a citizen journalist, meaning anyone in the country and anyone with a smartphone has the ability to publish information, and this becomes news, a citizen journalist. So if anyone could now publish information and make it available for the world to see, and it's not only left up to great newspapers or publishers, now everyone has a story to tell. There's so many stories in the world, and it's very difficult to hide injustices. So the idea of a youthful activism became quite strong and quite strongly pronounced. And if any of you do recall the Me Too movement, you would recall that there were others very similar to it in the nature of its collectivist ideals, gathering people together, fighting for a common cause. Perhaps the one in the center with a pencil might be something that you can relate to. And if you can't, well, just think about it. 2015, fees must fall, hashtag fees must fall, hashtag uprising, all of these hashtags going around with it. So at this particular moment in time, 2015, there were a number of ideas which were going around. The ideas that we are now in a post-apartheid South Africa, a number of years into it, because 2004 was 10 years, 2014 was 20 years. We are now looking at 20 years past the apartheid regime. But there would still be a lot of injustices that are lurking and continuing as a result of the apartheid legacy. The apartheid legacy lasted roughly about 50 years or so. We're not going to change the entire country in 20 years and eradicate all of its effects. But what we can do is actively take a stance towards combating the legacies that were produced as a result of it. And so students are SA's future. The title of this particular lecture or this particular presentation is The Future of Architecture. And yes, you who are listening, whether you're a young professional, whether you are a student, an undergraduate, final year, or whether you are a first-year student, there is something to take note of here that says that you are South Africa's future. In fact, you are the future of the world. South Africa may be the future of the entire world for the architecture profession. In many ways, the Fees Must Fall movement, which had occurred, allowed students to reflect on their capacity to be active agents of social justice. So what had occurred during this period of time, in the 2015 period of time, there were some very strongly pronounced ideas. One of those ideas that was quite strongly pronounced was the ideas of decoloniality. Now, in the periods between 2010 and 2015, a lot of the millennials who were born in this new post-apartheid South Africa, those born in 94 onwards, were in the tertiary education environment. They were in university, first year, second year, third year, whatever the case was. And many of these students who are now in this university setting began to become aware. They began to become aware and began to realize a lot of what was done in the past and a lot of what still needed to be done. And so decoloniality as a movement, which originated more or less in Latin America, but has its underpinnings in a lot of movements across the world, was a move away from a primarily Western or Eurocentric based education to a more localized education, whether you were in India, a more localized education, or in Africa, a more localized, or in Brazil, more localized. It's a move away from any of the influences of the past that have caused a lot of oppression and dystopia amongst the people and pessimism. It was a way to move away. It was a time to move away from the oppressive past. And this is what students were grappling with. The understanding that not everything you know may have been correct or may not have been the way it was. It is now time for students to become aware of the world and realize that they are part of reimagining a new future. This doesn't mean denouncement of the past. This doesn't mean that you hate the past either. It means an awareness of the past and its problems, and that you as a youth have the capacity to change it in your own way, in your own personal endeavors towards making a better future. This is not a rejection of what has happened in the past. It is an acknowledgement and now a way to move forward despite what you know. And so I want to give you a few seconds to recap on what I've just mentioned at this moment in time. So we spoke very quickly in this particular portion about a youthful activism. Yes, there's lots of activism going on. You get Greta Thunberg's environmental movement, which has been around, say, from the 70s, but now it's heightened with students and children and youngsters as a whole. Perhaps I don't really believe that all students and youngsters know particularly what the environmental movement is about, but they are more aware than generally they were before. We had the Arab Springs occurring, we had the Me Too movement, a lot of movements in this regard, all done or facilitated through social media. Then we spoke about the idea of social media being a tool of empowerment to the people. And it becomes very difficult when you have citizen journalists or people that can publish information on their own onto the internet. It creates a collectivist attitude where we can all work collaboratively together towards making a better future. And you can see this with the first saying, you know what, we have the power, we are going to move forward. Finally, we spoke about how all of these ideas influence students who are currently a post-apartheid student who may not have had the same segregation that was around in the past, and now have some sort of don't have a complete understanding of what apartheid was about. Yes, they would have heard about it, but it's something that happened in the past. It's almost as if you felt as though it was a story of old. And yes, it affected you, but you weren't the one that firstly actively experienced apartheid when it was happening. You are now living with, say, the ramifications of it. And so students' engagements in a democratic society was now beginning to have a maturity to it. Students were maturing their ideas and what had happened. And so the decolonial movement, which we're going to move on to now, talks about roads must fall. Now, I would say that the summation of all of these ideas of connectivity, collaboration, uprising, student collectivism, student activism, perhaps surmounted and came to a climax in South Africa in 2015. So the ideas of decoloniality and what people at the time, particularly students, felt was an unjust past, and the memories associated with unjust past had culminated in the Roads Must Fall movement. Now, the Roads Must Fall movement could be seen as the initiation for student activism in South Africa. And there is a lot of talk about it. There is some controversy about it. There is a lot of pros and those against it. But the thing I want to bring to note here is that here, despite the controversy that may be brought around it, students collaborated towards something they believed in, which prior to this time, students were known for being a few things. So our generation, the millennials, the Gen Zs, and the Gen XYZ now, had been noted to be lazy, lethargic, entitled. What do you guys know? And this is a problem generally society has. We have the older people saying, back in my days, things were much better. And you guys don't know how difficult it was. And if only you were born in my time, and all of those things. And probably now when you get to that stage, you probably tell the youngsters the same thing. Why? Because it means society is progressing. If you don't say things like that, then it probably means you stagnated, you didn't progress. So as long as you're hearing your parents or your elders or anyone who was around before you saying, you guys got it easy, that means there's progress. If they don't say that, it means they probably didn't do the job they needed to do to make a progressive future. So now with everyone kind of labeling us as this entitled generation, it was the first time that there was an acknowledgement from those who are older than us that we actually have found something to fight for, that we could collaborate against what we felt at the time was maybe unjust or incorrect or not the way we'd like the world to be viewed as or our world to be viewed as. We collaborated and tried to actively go against it. And that was a forerunner to how students can collect themselves together and fight something that they believe was unjust. So during the 2014-2015 period, there was, I could almost call it an exponential, okay, maybe that's a little bit too unjust a word, a little bit too harsh, but there was a massive increase, double and sometimes more, of the fees that were required to be paid as registration fees to universities, as well as the fees in general. It almost doubled for those who were at the tertiary institute. Now, those, remember I had mentioned that those from 94 onwards were now at the tertiary institutes. So it's generally people born 94, 95, 96, or 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, who are now at university. And they were now with all of the technology and all of the influences of the previous times, the Arab Springs, BlackBerry, social media, Facebook, were now aware that you could revolutionize or gather people together, make them organize among themselves to fight against something that was seen as oppressive or unjust. And so in the 2015 period, all organized primarily through social media, once again, the revolution of the fees must fall reached its height. So UCT, in the Western Cape, the march towards the parliamentary buildings, CPUT, UCT, and all of the institutes in Cape Town were now charging towards the parliamentary buildings to fight for the decrease in fees. And this brought attention even in the UK. I recall myself as a student at that time watching the news, showing a little band of students in UK, in London, protesting out, saying that they are in support. And this is in London, in support of what we are doing in South Africa, saying, yes, we are the generation, we cannot have fees and make education inaccessible to people. Now, we were getting support from all over the world, and even the elders. The thing that I found to be, say, let's go back. The thing that I found to be most interesting at this time, for myself as a final year university student, was that I was part of this movement. And I saw firsthand how students could radicalize, how they could come together and fight towards something they believed in. If you look in this crowd here, you probably see a younger version of me standing somewhere there. This is a very pleasant picture, because not too long after we all gathered at this peaceful protest, I would say that we were almost hijacked by people that didn't seem to be students, that came and had a more aggressive approach towards having the president coming out and address us. And so that at that time, people began to cause, I would say, some sort of destruction to the site. There was seemingly jumping on fences and whatnot. But overall, the students were like, no, we came here to fight for our fees. And that night, when I was talking to my parents, they were like putting the news on and saying, hey, what's going on? I saw for the first time, firsthand, that the media had reported the students as being barbarians and hooligans. And for myself, as someone who was there, no, I'm not the one that's standing there waving by the statue. Myself, as someone who was part of this, I was rather disturbed that the media was not on the side of the students. And from that time in my life, I began to realize that the media is not up to the journalists or others who are perhaps in a place of seniority than you to report. It is actually the job. It is actually the onus of the student, of the people who are in the situation, to report on the events. And I'm not discrediting journalists or anything like that. I'm saying that we who were there could actually participate in the news that was being generated from this particular event that had occurred. Because I saw now for the first time that the information that I saw on TV was not the correct information that had been reported during the event. And so now a few other ideas began to grow in my mind. Now, I was a student of architecture in his final year, and I'm going to recap on what I just mentioned before we get to the final portion of this. We are in a connected world, physically connected, digitally connected. A lot of us can use the internet now and are digitally literate. As a result, we now had this activism in which we could organize each other into creating organized wholes and organizations, fighting towards what we believed in. And a lot of the ideas of the past, we didn't necessarily ascribe to or subscribe to. We are now going to create a future of our own. Because at this time, I began to realize that the sources of information, the history I was receiving, was not necessarily accurate. Because if this is what the media did to us at this time, those who were here, what was the media doing all of these years before us? That means I needed to question all of the news and information that always came to me. And so I began to realize that now, as a person, as a student, as now a graduate moving into the profession, we are now in the era of youth agency, where the youth are the ones that can now create the future. Whether it is your education, question it, see what can be done better, contribute to it, or whether it is in your profession. If you don't agree, as Councillor Mandisa has mentioned, if you see something that was not right or not correct, or something done wrong in your workplace, someone being oppressed, or someone being actively hurt against, do something about it. You have the capacity. Perhaps the thing that students and youngsters need to be told is that you are capable and you will also be accountable for what you've done. If you're not accountable to God, if you believe in God, or not accountable to yourself, you will be accountable to the generation coming after you. When they ask you, why didn't you do this? You must be able to say, well, I did do it. Now the baton is passed on to you. Or I couldn't do it because this is what the results were at the time. But don't ever say that you never tried to do it. Don't ever be the person who says, I didn't do anything about it. I let this happen to the world. Because then you are not being responsible or accountable. You have the capacity, the agency as a first-year student. You could go on now and organize yourself towards creating a better education or a better profession. And with all of the things that Papa Mkandi has mentioned, whether it's environmentalism, whether it's sustainability, or whether it is your education itself, whether it's the fourth industrial revolution, or whether it's ideas of equality and equitability, all of it is hinged on you to take the baton forward. And with people who are entering, who are slightly older than you, to give you mentorship, it is our responsibility to guide you into creating a profession that might not be here in the next few years' time if we stay null and void now. And so looking at this image, this is potentially, it could be a man, could be a woman, could be anybody, but this is a student looking onto the world. And if you look at the bottom left corner, that was the Union buildings in Pretoria, and the bottom right corner, that's the skyline of Johannesburg. And then you see this kind of connected dots all over showing 4.0 and this halo around the person's head. This is showing that you are now looking onto a future of South Africa, which could be digitally connected, particularly using technology as a tool for social cohesion and social transformation. You can now create actively your future more so than ever before. We are in a time that is unprecedented. With the tools that we have available to us, you are empowered more than any other nation before you to make a change. So why not make a change? And in the words of, as we would say, the World Cup song, not the Waka Waka part, but it's time for Africa. In fact, now this is time for South Africa. The future of architecture is now in our hands. And so I'm going to end off my presentation on that particular note. I know it was about, say, a short in time. It's about 35 minutes instead of the entire 15. Instead of the entire 60. But this is my gripe, that students do not completely actively fulfill the duties that are bestowed onto them, particularly by that of the generations who have created technology for us to utilize. And so we need to now come together and utilize it. There's a lot being said. For my history students, this is the beginning of your final term or your final quarter's history lectures, in which we'll move on to these subjects. But very quickly, I'd like to call Papa Mkandi out on here. We have a break from 11:30 to 12:30, but I think it's time for some, I see there's a question. I think it's time for some questions we could take, and maybe we could break at 11:30 for the break. Can Papa Mkandi and perhaps Munetsi join me very quickly to see what the questions are. And okay. If there are any questions, oh, Papa, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Akil.
Great,
so
great.
Thank you. The questions, okay?
Great. Okay. I think it would also be good if there's any questions directed to the panelists, they could maybe answer them as well. What do you say?
Yeah.
And panelists, what do you say? Okay, cool. Let's go. Papa, can you tell me what they are?
Okay. Maybe I should start with this one, which was in the chat. It says, many graduates aren't able to find work once leaving university. There's little to no support from the profession and industry to assist in the joining of the profession. This also affects furthering studies. This could be an economical injustice. However, there are no programs assisting practices, professionals or graduates. Maybe this is why the profession is not growing to support the socioeconomic circumstances of South Africa. So it's a question, I think, in the end. I'm not sure who would want to take that.
Are there any of the panelists that would like to take that?
I'm thinking,
yeah.
I'm thinking Councillor Pepeta is she, so yeah.
I also think so as well.
What about Councillor Pepeta, do you want to give that one a go? Or Vice President?
I think I think President is ready. President is ready to give her a shot. And then from there we'll see.
Okay, all right.
Thanks.
Yeah, let me respond in this manner to say that, you know, there are lots of external factors that are affecting the practice of architecture. Architecture, as Vice President Shongwe read at the back of that certificate, to say that it is a business as well. You know, there are two streams of income. It's from private sector or public sector, which is government. And the economy is affecting us, has affected us quite significantly as a country, maybe as a world, with the advent of the COVID-19 pandemic. But before that, I mean, there was always a challenge with regards to the employment. I mean, I've been in practice since 2004, and I can count and share my experience with you to say, you know, when I started, my firm grew, you know, and up until 2013, when procurement policies changed, when tendering system was introduced, where all of us had to tender for work, because at that time, you know, there was the so-called roster system where the work was actually distributed evenly or in a much more preferential approach, you know, where the emerging firms would be given some kind of work, and yeah, everyone, it was quite a fair distribution of work to all the practices. But now that issue is non-existent, or that approach or that procurement system is non-existent. We are tendering, and that is actually, that question is pointing to the real challenges the young graduates who are facing in this country. And as a challenge that I am actually posing to the graduates, and you were speaking about activism, Akhil, and that's where you should direct your activism, because if the procurement policies in this country are not favoring or are actually closing opportunities for the young graduates to practice architecture, there's no future of architecture in this country. And that is the reason why I'm so keen to answer that question, because we have no control whatsoever as the practitioners. You know, at one stage, as I said, my office was big. I had about 30 employees, and now I can count up to 5, you know. The situation has gone down, not because of the economy, because of the policies that government has implemented, you know. The policies that are neoliberal, the policies that are not encouraging the entry into the market by young graduates. I mean, how are you expected to tender, for an example? If you've just started your practice, you know, tendering is costly. It's going to cost you money, whatever, whether you like it or not. But if you're starting your practice, where are you going to get the money from to do that? So for me, that question is key, you know, for the future of young professionals or architecture in this country. And if you as a youth can take that and try to deal with it, and we are available, we can share with you the stumbling blocks these policies have put, you know, in front of the architectural profession, irrespective of who you are. The profession as a whole is actually bleeding because of these policies. So I think I'm challenging you as a youth to actually take this seriously and engage government. We are engaging government, and I think those that are going to be affected most is the young professionals. It's a situation that we are not in control of, and it is very sad. Thank you very much.
Thanks, President. Councillor Pepeta.
Thank you for that. Papama, please read the question to me.
Okay, let me do it again. It says, many graduates aren't able to find work once leaving university. There's little to no support from the profession and industry to assist in joining the profession. This also affects furthering studies. This could be an economical injustice. However, there are no programs assisting practices, professionals, or graduates. Maybe this is why the profession is not growing to support the socioeconomic circumstances of South Africa. So I think it's an onboarding question.
Yes, thank you for that. And I acknowledge the response of the president. My take is always that we are the solution. Whoever is looking for employment is talking to us who are professionals, that if you're a professional, you have an opportunity to open your company, do so, because right now you become the only one employed, but if you open a company, you can employ those who are without jobs at the moment. So the architecture industry is suffering to a certain extent, but people continue to look for shelters, to look for homes. Development is still there. So there is still a room and a place for architecture in our society. So we have a challenge in our country that we need more entrepreneurs, we need more business people. Architecture is not just a skill, it's also a responsibility that with the skill that you have, you open places of employment, you open companies, and you create job opportunities. So as much as we are currently now looking at the economic recovery, we're looking at the processes that we have, but you also become a solution. Because as I say, I'm an employer as well. I started my company very early. I was a one-man show, but I employ a number of people. So whenever we look for solutions, we must also start with ourselves, that with the people that are currently here that have opportunities, are we extending those opportunities to create employment? So that is my take on that. And by so doing, people can further their studies, they can earn a livelihood. So the solutions that we seek are also within ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mambisa.
Thank you, Councillor. Over to you, Akil.
Thank you, Papama. I'd also like to give a shot at answering that question. Myself, as a graduate of architecture some time ago, the realities of not finding work in the environment are very, very real. It's not a joke when you can't find a job and then you don't know how you're going to pay for your rent or how you're going to look after yourself. And so the ideas that is directed towards self-driven solutions. The problem perhaps sometimes also comes about is when there is a reliance, and as the Vice President mentioned, a reliance on governmental structures, perhaps too much of a reliance sometimes. I'm not saying that you shouldn't rely on the government is there to support the people, but too much of a reliance on a governmental structure to provide work is a problem at times. That's one problem, a dependency. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't again, I'm saying that we need to rethink our dependency on others. Independence, self-reliance, and resilience is something I preach to my students all the time. And that's the kind of attitude we need to foster. The second thing that I'm going to mention is that I acknowledge all of the difficulties that have happened in the world. In fact, architecture is facing a crisis where we're saying, do we really need architects anymore? When you have self-empowerment of people, where people can now design their own homes, because you can go into an app and design a home yourself and then just say, give it to a contractor, this is the kind of thing I want to build, or go to a draftsperson, can you just draft the plans for me? Or a technologist or whatever it is. This now begs the question, is an architect or a technologist or a draftsperson necessary anymore? And this is where the students need to innovate. The purpose of your studies is not to study how architecture was done in the past. The purpose of your studies is to critically interrogate what is an architect and what is architecture. We need to reintroduce and reinvent the field, because the field is moving towards a direction that is digital, that is environmental, that operates on so many different levels. If we continue to practice architecture as if it is only stone and mortar and not this fluid, dynamic, ever-changing structure, we will definitely face an extinction of our profession. And so the purpose now of me having this whole presentation where I mentioned student activism and all of the panelists being in attendance today is not to say that the way we acted in the field before is the best of ways, but rather to take what was good from the past and reinvent what an architect or a technologist or a draftsperson is. Because if we reinvent the profession, then new opportunities would open up. For example, we need to not look at only designing the physical space around us. Architects are equipped with, or architectural students and designers are equipped with a number of tools. We don't only have a good ability to plan space, but we can plan projects. We could also now begin to diversify our skill sets to designing digital environments, the user experience of the digital world we engage with. That's only one avenue. There are so many others that an architect needs to do to diversify. And there need to be more people, particularly in a local context, diversifying out of architecture and getting into things that aren't conventionally architects. And this is why we're having to the students to rethink what architecture could be. With that said as well, that's for the people who are graduated, who are trying to trot a new career. For the students who are still studying, question your syllabus. Does your syllabus really need to be the way it is, studying conventional plan section detail of structures? Or should we look at what is the plan section elevation equivalent to designing a digital world, or a more environmentally sustainable world, if you could call it that? Now, it is part of the job of students to always imagine a future, because you guys are the future. As myself, as a lecturer at CAD for All, Institute of Applied Architecture, that's one of the things I try to encourage my students to always do. And I know there are many, like myself, lecturers in the field now, who have worked in the field for a short time, returned to the educational sector, and try to say, these are the problems that we have. When you are coming forward, perhaps you can find solutions, because we have tried and we have either gotten somewhere, or we need a lot more people to come together to take it to a new place. So I think the reinvention of the field is something quite important, because the new reinvention of the field will allow more opportunities. The last thing I'd like to say, with reinvention comes marketing. We need to market ourselves, not as only these people that do house plans, but that do more with their life. Architects that get into other industries and design. I've recently spoken to a few people that work for Nike as well. Nike's development team, who is designing shoes, the next generation of shoes, are all architects. The innovation in shoe design is driven by architects. This is not a unique story. This is happening all over, because architects are using their mind and applying it in other places. Because if the economy is suffering, then diversification of approach needs to come into play. So these are my responses to the argument, and this is the aim of the session. The aim is also to get students now, even those who are in this panel here, professionals and students, to see the names of each other, reach out to each other on LinkedIn. In fact, in hosting a lot of sessions in the online space, I've made contacts with people on LinkedIn I've never met before, but I've been able to diversify my approach towards networking, all via the power of technology, because that's the kind of opportunity we have now. That's all from my side. Papama, would you like to add anything to that?
Akil.
Yes, who is that?
Yes, there's Vice President Councillor Sabisa. Her hand is up. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor, I can't see you there, but please, I'm sorry for taking that up.
No problem. I'm gonna try to give some quick answers and direction. This is just going back into that question about
President.
Yes.
VP.
Yes.
Your volume is so faint. We hardly hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Excellent.
Okay. All right. Just to help to quickly answer, to help the way forward and answer that question of how youth can find work, in that I know youth are struggling majorly, because whilst we heavily advocate entrepreneurship, because that is what you are, who you are deep at your core, we need to get you through mentorship. what we've been talking about and trying to workshop as council and SACAP is to find a way of getting candidates through and being able to create some mentorship platforms in order to get the candidates through. What matters is to be able to get you from that state when you're just finishing varsity to being a professional. Then the whole entrepreneurship matter can be able to kick in, particularly in these tough times where work is scarce. But one thing that I still find to be very effective, that I find that, like you say, generation XYZ, what you know me, XYZ, whatever, are finding tough to do is in how they look for work. And the good old fashioned way that I still find works in finding work is by still knocking at the physical door. Yes, I know there's COVID, but we can wear masks and everything. But good old fashioned taking your portfolio and walking the pavement to make a knock and saying, hi, this is what I do. This is how I do it. This is me. This is my stuff in front of you. And this is my skill. I find that usually always wins a lot more quicker and harder than sending CVs and portfolios over the internet. Because at the end of the day, you've been educated to sell yourself. And you are right that that architectural students need to be looking into other scopes in diversifying the profession, like when you mentioned Nike and all of those other companies that
Councillor, sorry, Vice President, I don't think we can hear you anymore. Munetsi, are you there?
Yes, yeah.
I don't think I can hear Vice President anymore.
Okay. There is another hand from the attendees who want to ask a question. Can I allow you really to?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Taban. Taban, you can talk.
Tabang, you there? Okay, if there are any other questions from anyone else, you're also welcome to raise your questions or to have your concerns. I see there is a new question from Lebogang. As new graduates, how do we get contact with professionals who are looking for employees? Is this something that SACAP can assist us with? Is anybody willing to take on this particular question from the panel?
Akil?
Yes.
Can I try this question? But also, I think it does relate to the previous one, because I think there's an important point that we're going to miss. So I think Togozo and perhaps Councillor Fiduli could assist with the pointed question towards SACAP disseminating information. I think SACAP does a lot in terms of emailing people who are members. And maybe we should think about what does it mean to be a student in this field who might not necessarily qualify to be registered as a candidate at SACAP as yet, but still be able to benefit from the portals of information from SACAP. I think that's one thing we should think about. And I'm sure there are ways in which firms and other advertising entities could put their information through the information portal of SACAP so that it reaches members and so on. But I think linking to the previous question around entry to the workplace, because this is the biggest obstacle. I think that the Vice President keeps on talking about entrepreneurship. I think it's very important for where we find ourselves. I don't want to be the bearer of doom and gloom, but the job market is really bad. And so we all have to think in an entrepreneurial kind of way. So I'd rather say there are lots of bodies in this country that are trying to assist with the early entry work opportunities, whether it's the Youth Employment Service Program, which is a set of incentives for firms that could employ people, whether it's the NYDA and other funding bodies that should be assisting young people get going in the sector or any realm of entrepreneurship. But I think that until young people organize themselves in a way that is going to further their cause, we're not going to be able to plug into those networks and leverage those opportunities for employment, other things. I mean, there are the CETAs that offer, training opportunities from the Skills Fund and so on. And so I think the work of SECAP could definitely link to those initiatives. But I think young people are going to have to be the ones who are bringing that cause to the fore so that it's pursued. So while I understand that the job market is really in a terrible space and we're struggling to enter these new firms, I think there's a new body of practices and business models that should be emerging that are about that transition space between graduation and practice so that people can actually enhance their skill in practice. And again, part of the objective of today is to gather all our ideas today so that Akil and myself are not only people with the ideas, but out of the dialogue can come out the strategies that will enable us to unlock those doors. Yeah, so I keep stuttering. I must stop.
No, I think you mentioned very valid, important points. Would Dokozo or Advocate Vituli or maybe President like to give us any direction on that as well? Okay, if not, we'll move on to the next question. We have a question coming through that mentions, what are the fees to become a registered student on the SACAP system? Are there benefits or funding for students with good grades, and how does it work? That I think is definitely something that Dokozo maybe will be required to answer at this moment in time. Dokozo or Advocate Fiduli or even Vice President?
Oh, if I can please come in.
Yes, please.
I know that at SACAP we do have a student portal. So the students must just inquire within SACAP for a student portal. And then also regarding the payments of students who got good grades, SACAP does give bursaries. So students must just look at the information of SACAP and inquire. So that information is available. Thank you.
Okay, another question, Akil?
Thank you very much,
Councillor. This comes from Lavelle.
Right.
Yeah. In the context of this webinar, what is a young professional defined as? I'll answer that quickly because I think it came up in the discussions leading up to this. And we decided to go for the blanket outlook of the young architectural professional, and not necessarily the young professional that makes us only think about the architect with a master's degree. I think we're trying to be as inclusive as possible with all tiers of the profession, at the draftsman level, at the technologist level, and at the architect level. And so I hope that's clear to Lavelle. The second question is, in light of the current identification of work, if one enters the profession while focusing only on a specific niche, it can lead to not fulfilling the other responsibilities that would fall under each SACAP registration category. How can this affect a professional and recognition as a professional with SACAP? So I think this one is asking about getting a balanced training or exposure so that you meet your MTR kind of credit. I don't know who'd like to take that one.
I'm going to try on that one quickly before we get another of our esteemed panelists in, Papa. So I think perhaps the first thing for a student to notice is what Councillor Mandisa had mentioned, that you need to have a growth plan. And in terms of your growth plan, you need to look at what SACAP's competencies are, what SACAP is looking at. So I implore students to visit SACAP's website and make use of figuring out what is a monthly training record or speaking to those who are aware of it, because you can now go onto LinkedIn, search for architects, and you see registered architects appearing on LinkedIn, and you can befriend them and ask them. Or you could ask your lecturers, because almost all lecturers will be able to give you advice on this scenario. So I'll give an advice quickly. You need to have a growth plan, and you need to plan into which of the MTRs, just say it's working drawings, which firm perhaps best aligned with that. And if you are missing a particular category in registration, you need to look for firms when you are applying for work to them and state that I am looking for how to do working office practices. Will your firm give me the opportunity to or facilitate or mentor me in obtaining my competencies? That's perhaps the one way you could have a look at it, in trying to be selective about where you are applying. And once your particular role is over at the company, to maybe look elsewhere. I'm not saying it's that easy, because obviously a job in this moment in time, if you're working for someone, it's a stable career path because you get paid and you won't necessarily want to leave it. But I think you should be strategic in when you're applying to firms to say, these are my competencies I need to get out of SACAP. Will you be able to assist me with this when I work for you? And this might not even be at the application stage, but maybe in the interview stage, if you make it to that level, to ask about this. But that's all I'm saying for now. Would anyone else like to give some more input on that? Maybe Councillor Mandisa, as you do run your own practice.
I know that in IDOW, Councillor Vusipailane is here, but I don't know if he is available. He will also maybe assist. But we've had applicants or RPs who are employed in firms where they are allocated a set of duties. Say maybe a registered professional candidate can only do construction drawings. They're not allowed to design. They're not allowed to go to site. So we've encouraged that as much as when you are applying for a job, you can be particular which area you are looking at, but also within your employment, you can ask from your principals that I know that my responsibility is for working drawings, but I am lacking in the compliance in design or in running constructions or understanding how contracts work. I'm asking to be trained in that area. It doesn't mean you neglect your area of responsibility, but your principals will be aware of your need. And then they can invite you in design sessions that sometimes you get an hour to come sit with the design team so that you understand how do they come up with a design, how do they come up with concepts. And in some areas when they're running sites, they will begin to invite you to come along when they're doing their site inspections and during construction. So with new employment, you can be particular in your interview with your request, but also with your current employment, you can begin to speak to your principals that you need a balance and you are asking that you be involved in these areas, even if they know that they cannot put you in the design team, but they will invite you to come and observe. And in that way you learn and balance. Thank you.
Chairperson, if I may, this is Councillor Pailane. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are, Councillor. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I apologize. I was struggling with network issues earlier. I agree with Councillor Daki in that in terms of IDEO, we look at the 10 SACAP competencies, we look at your educational qualification, and your prior experience, which one would have gained doing working in a practice. I agree with Councillor Daki.
Councillor, you've broken up a
encourage
bit there.
the youth out there that they must not have a limit. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like I'm saying, I'm struggling with my network. The youth need not have a limiting mindset. They can actually achieve any of the architectural categories which they want. In that, I'm saying they must not limit themselves to only wanting to do specific types of buildings. They can really be, we can all be architects. So in a nutshell, Chairperson, I'm really encouraging our youth out there to say that don't limit yourself in terms of what you can do. You can really do the work that architects can do, and go actually do the training at architectural learning sites to acquire those qualifications, so you are able and not restricted in any of your endeavors. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor, for mentioning the gravity of the work that is being undertaken and still needs to be undertaken by students. I think it's quite important that student agency comes in, and students have a confidence in their abilities. Be you a draftsperson in the end, or be you a technologist or a senior technologist, you shouldn't be deterred by your desire to create structures or some sort of version of structures. But Papama, we have another interesting question on here regarding changing the world. Would you like to take that one on, Papama, or any of our other panelists?
This one that says, I wanted to change the world. However, how do you change the world if you don't know what's best for yourself? We used to rely on traditions to tell us what is best for architecture, but it seems to be outdated according to this program. So what will a decolonial institution look like that preserves the relevant structures of indigenous Africa and points to future of architecture? It feels like the past has been forgotten, and a decolonial architecture seems grounded on Western institutions. Yeah, so I mean, this is always an interesting type of question for me. It's all about us asking, can we get that desired decolonial paradigm with the, as is argued here, with the Western institutions we have, or with the Western systems we have? And I always say, I like to approach this question from a spatial point of view. Most of these Western institutions that are referred to here are always found in the city. And this is where we encounter these curricula and so on. But there's also spaces that the profession still struggles to get to that need its services. And those are spaces like the rural, the periphery. There's an interesting statistic that says, 60% of the available market in South Africa is both unserved and underserved by basic providers of support and service. So it effectively means to me, there's an opportunity on that 60% landscape that is untapped. And so if we are struggling to change or transform these institutions and tools that we have in this space that we already operate in, maybe we should be shifting our focus to the untapped spaces, and maybe there a new mode of practice should emerge, because it will be informed by the context that it will operate in. I say that also it's important to not neglect the need to confront the changes that need to happen in these already established spaces. But I think as Rodney Harbour put it in the text I read earlier, our country still needs way more schools of architecture. And so I think sometimes we get overwhelmed by focusing too much on what exists and trying to change it. And we overlook the importance of creating the new spaces where, this changed the world. phenomenon could be a reality. That's my take.
Papama, I think that was a good way to mention it, and I think Mrs. Shongwe, Vice President, also has something to mention on it.
Yes, thank you, Akil. I would just like to say to the youth, try not to over-interrogate yourself about, about heavy agendas. Just look inside you and look forward. For the fact that you are trained and you are capable, you're already equipped to change the world. What your upbringing and what ignites you and keeps the fires burning is very, very sufficient. Yes, there's the colonial past, and it is what it is. But also there's an exciting Afrocentric architecture that is appealing to the future. Then you should just go for it, and don't be overburdened by the past, and also about what you feel that you have this huge obligation about, or else you'll never move. You'll never move. What's important is to get you out there, to get you at your desk with your computer, and do what is sitting inside is your gut, as part of also what is your education, and that will always serve you, and that will become the answers of the future. Thanks, Akil.
Thank you very much, Vice President. I think those are words of encouragement which students definitely need. Councillor Mandisa, Pepeta Daki, would you like to take some more?
Yes, and on that, with what Councillor Tsabe said, and Papama, and what you said in your presentation as well, is about relevance. The key word is relevance. That the question is asking, whatever they've been told as a traditional architecture has just disappeared. According to this webinar, whatever a person has known traditionally as architecture, meaning is invalid. And that is not necessarily true. Everything you have is valid, but going forward, we always, the sustainability of any career or industry is about relevance. So Akil in his presentation spoke about relevance, about innovation. So the young professionals now need to dig deep and be relevant in application of solutions when it comes to architecture. And also our challenge is that right now we're looking at the leaders that are rigid in some institutions of learning. So in this panel and in the attendees here, we are looking for future head of schools, that if you see that the education system cannot be decolonized as we would want to be, aren't you the next head of school who would want to change the way institutions run? So how are you building yourself to become that leader that is going to be relevant and make institutions relevant to the future opportunities? Because it is good and well to look into our past, into our history and how things have been done, but we also have a responsibility to grow ourselves and be empowered to take those positions, and we'll have the institutions that we desire for our future. Thank you.
I think that was very articulate and excellently put, Councillor Mandisa. I see you never short for words there. I'm going to move on to the next question very quickly, because we have about 10 minutes left until we are on break. The question on the monthly, yes, Papama.
Yeah, I think there's an important question that we might miss from Lavelle.
Oh, okay, please take it over there.
It asked whether the Young Architectural Professionals Network would be looking to work with voluntary associations. And I think
you want to take that, Papama?
Yeah, the important point to make there is that there is no young architectural profession without the young architectural professionals themselves. Mm-hmm. And so they could be in VAs, they could be coming as individuals. There will be no network without the members who form the network. The network doesn't exist because Akil and myself are having a conversation about it. The network will only exist once this process has informed the necessary discussions that begin to articulate what that network must look like. And so if VAs feel they've got a voice they should, it goes without saying, that they should be present in shaping that vehicle. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Papama. I think that is an important one to take note of. I also believe that not all students may be aware of what is a professional body and a voluntary association. It has been mentioned before, and Councillor Mandisa did talk about it. So I'm going to implore all of those who don't know what that is to join it. There is mention, I see in similar questions about the VA seeming to only focus on continuous professional development points. So I think there must be some further talk into it, but this is the aim, to try and see what is it that students are unaware of and what would they like help with, and to make contact or reach out to each other and form some sort of a body together to drive these questions or find answers for them by engaging with SACAP and other associations. So that just like we can now easily find information on Facebook, all these kind of questions that students have to answer can be made easily available. And that would be the purpose of a young professionals network, sort of organizing themselves together to get answers which they perhaps might not have had before. And this is not the duty of myself as a single entity, or Papama as a single entity, or the both of us, or SACAP as a body on its own. In fact, the responsibility falls onto the shoulders of all of the youth to find this out for themselves and to make a plan towards doing it. But I'll just move on to the next question very quickly. What is the status of interior designers joining SACAP? Is there any one that would like to take this, or should we leave it for after the break? Okay, perhaps we might have to leave the one for after the break. So when there's more people on the panel to give some discussion, because we have a variation of professionals coming in. Lavelle had mentioned, Lavelle, I think these are your questions. I think all of Lavelle's questions may be answered, besides what's the purpose of a voluntary association. That I think you would be able to find it on your own. However, there will be some more direction if anyone wants to give it. Councillor Mandisa, do you think you would like to answer that question? I know you've spoken about it in your presentation, but would you like to maybe just explain a little bit more about that if you are able to or interested in? Sorry, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Is it about voluntary associations?
Yes, the question is, what is it?
Voluntary association, how do I put it? Voluntary association organizations or institutions that subscribe to SACAP, mainly for the professional development of professionals. Most voluntary associations are based in the regions. Some have got national offices. I will not have an official articulation of it now because I'm not looking at the document. But the voluntary associations are playing an important role that is assisting professionals to reach out to each other, to grow in the profession. And what has been important with SACAP, in particular to the voluntary associations, is continuous professional development, which is CPDs. Only voluntary associations are accredited are allowed to accredit CPDs and offer CPDs. So it's important that people familiarize themselves with voluntary associations and attend CPDs, because in your professional life, and you have a 5-year life cycle where you must submit your CPD points or CPD credits so that you can remain a professionally registered person. So it's important that we acknowledge the work that is done by the voluntary associations, offering these continuous development programs. So every registered person needs to attend in order to remain registered with SACAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for giving a very good oversight of it. If students are still lost, again, I implore you to read, but I'll give a quick overview myself. Once you've completed your studies, you need to work in the working environment for a designated amount of time in which you will be receiving mentorship. Once that mentorship is completed, and you've gotten all of your hours under the categories of competencies, you will then be required to write a PPE exam, a professional practice exam. And after you write the professional practice exam, you will be called a professional. There's no more things for you to write, no more studying per se that you need to do, unless you are furthering your studies. You will then, in order to remain registered as a professional draftsperson or architect or technologist, you will then need to attend CPD lectures or seminars, which is continuous professional development lectures or seminars, in order to gain points. And as Councillor Mandisa said, you must gather a certain number of points in a certain number of time to always remain registered with SACAP. I think that's maybe the best overview I can give. However, I think we're going to take a break now, and I will hand over to Papama. Thank you everyone who joined the first half of the session. Please ensure that you click on the link to join the second half of the session. The break we have now is from this time, 12 o'clock, until 12:30. I know data is a real issue as well, so I think this would help you save on some data. Papama, would you like to just give an official close to this first half of the conference, the webinar?
All right, thanks, Akil, and thank you to all the counselors and for the important messages that have been shared in the first segment. The second segment will include the identification of work presentation by Councillor Usipailani, and two other presentations that include young people in them, and an exciting panel discussion that will kick off at 12:30. So don't miss out. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. To the students, please go get refreshes on snacks, take a break, sleep if you were up with crits all night. We all know the stories. But thank you for attending in this portion, and I will see you in the next one. Palmer will be heading up the next one. Thank you very much for attending.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of today's Young Architectural Professionals webinar. Let me just do a quick recap of this morning's program. We had the opening and welcome from the President of the Council, Mr. Charles Nduku. You had a chance to fetch a cup while Deputy President Mrs. Letabisa Shongwe was also making her remarks. And then we had a message to young architectural professionals from Councillor Mandisa Pepeta Daki. And then I did the purpose of the day. And Akil also did the introduction to youth agency in South Africa. And we closed off with a Q&A. So from that Q&A, there was a question about the interior designers. Where are the interior designers located within the SACAP system? I'm not sure if Councillor Pailane or Councillor Daki or Vice President could assist in answering that.
Let me come in there and try and address that one.
Thanks, Registrar.
Yes. So basically, just to give a short history about the interior designers, I think in about 2016 or so, they were registered within the architecture profession as a professional architecture draftsperson. And thereafter, when the fifth term council came in, then we created a specified category for interior designers. And that process has commenced. And at this stage, I think Councillor Pailani can talk to that as well. We're busy working on the identification of work for the interior designers. We're working in conjunction with them. So that is that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Registrar. I think Councillor Pailani, you probably going to touch on that in your presentation. Is that fine?
Absolutely. I'm going to touch on that on my presentation. As it has been alluded by the registrar, we are engaging the Interior Designers Institute in terms of creating a separate category for them so that they are part of SACAP.
Thank you very much. Right, which leads me to another exciting part of the program where we have the Young Architectural Professionals Local and Abroad panel. I have the privilege of welcoming Somia Varghese, Ipendule Nzipo, and Inam Kula. Guys, please show your faces so that everyone can see you. Give us a wave. Thank you, guys. Welcome. I'm not sure. I think Somia is the only person who wasn't in the room in the first half of the day, but I noticed that Inam and Ipendule were here. So I'd like to start by allowing each one of you to introduce yourselves briefly, like a 60-second pitch. Over you to Ipendule.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ipendule, and I am currently living in Italy at the moment. However, I am preparing to return home soon, like September soon. And yeah, that for now, that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you. Somia?
Everyone, can you hear me as well?
Yeah.
Cool. Good afternoon, everyone. It's so nice to be on this platform, and Papama, thanks for extending the invitation. It's nice to be with you, Ipendule and Inam, and yeah, looking forward to the discussion that follows. In a nutshell, I guess I'm an architect. I qualified from NMU quite a while ago, 5 years ago, and since then I've been based and I'm working in Cape Town. I've worked across firms, across a number of firms, and currently I'm based at a practice where we do a lot of interdisciplinary work. We work between the scales of town planning, urban design, and architecture. And I'm recently also joined the steering committee of a young urbanist organization. So I guess that's why I'm here today as well. So thanks, Bapama. And I was listening, I was attending the Facebook session this morning. So I've caught a little bit of the conversation so far.
Okay, great. Thank you. Over to you, Inam.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Inam. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible? Okay, cool. My name is Inam Kula. I'm from Cape Town. I'm a young architect. I am currently a candidate architect at the National Department of Public Works, but I'm currently seconded to Mass Design Group.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's it for me now.
Yeah, so I guess the logic behind inviting you guys was to then allow the space to give a voice to young people who are in the field and get your inputs into contextually where we find ourselves as a profession, what your observations are, what your individual journeys have been like, and kind of assist the rest of us in learning from that, and also to hopefully put forward some ideas on what lies on the horizon as far as you guys are concerned. And so maybe I should start with Somia because of you mentioned the Young Urbanist Network that you're a part of. Yeah, take us through what your initial thoughts are about being young in this profession, I guess.
Okay, sure. I think maybe before I get into that, let me just explain or give you a brief explanation of Young Urbanists. I'll try and wrap it up in a nutshell. So I think essentially it's a collective of built environment professionals who are who are interested and want to be engagers in what's happening in our cities at the moment. So we are based in Cape Town. A lot of the events or the work that we do is very much about the developments and things that are happening within the Cape Town area. And yeah, I think we want to sort of be stakeholders and we want to sort of know what's happening in the city and we want to question it and engage with it and sort of have a dialogue based on that. I think one of our sort of founding pillars is that, you know, there's a sort of this apartheid spatial planning sort of entrenched in the physical landscapes of our cities, and practitioners and the built environment profession is trying to sort of transform that. And we want to be the young voices or the young platform where the youth can come and present their ideas or present their options and manners in which things can change. However, change, it's not that easy to bring about change. And I think one of our challenges, but also opportunities, is that we're not a firm, so we don't push out work. And a lot of the organization, we do this sort of on a voluntary basis. But the really good thing in that is that we are quite fluid in what we do. So if for a particular event or for a particular project that we take on, if we need to assume an activist role, we can do that. For a particular event, if we need to kind of just engage in dialogue and just kind of give out information and start engaging in the discussion, we can do that as well. So one of the effective ways that we found about sort of bringing about this change is through open engagement and dialogue. So we've created a platform in which we've got sort of planners, urban designers, architects. We are represented by a few engineers, but we're trying to grow that that representation as well. So it's really a space where we can come together and we can question what's going on in the city. We can look at particular developments or look at certain policy changes, and we can ask questions. So as an architect, I can ask a question of what is the implication of this, or what does this actually mean if we change a policy to say one thing from the other? And I think it's a very successful platform in that manner. So it started off in 2013. Since then, it's grown and developed into a nonprofit company. So there's a little bit of a structure in how it's managed. It's managed by a board. There are a few steering committee members that kind of bring the fire and the fuel to what we do and create that engagement. And then we're present on different platforms. So we've got a Facebook page, we've got an Instagram page with following of more than 1,000 people. So it's quite an active space where you can post an article and say, what are your thoughts on this? Or I don't understand what is mentioned in this regard, or we can basically kind of facilitate so a critical engagement and a dialogue with what's happening. And in a nutshell, I think that's what Young Urbanist does, and that's sort of the space that we're finding ourselves in. I've been part of the platform as a member on the Facebook group for a while, and I would always, whenever I get some free time, I would go onto the platform, and there are always documentaries or interesting articles that are posted, and I think it's quite a good space to open your mind to the different disciplines and how people are doing things, how an urban designer would think about a certain topic or a certain theme, and how a planner would think about it. So I think that interdisciplinary approach is very, very, it's great. I can see a lot of value that comes from that.
Yeah, it sounds like a very strong platform in terms of that transdisciplinary engagement and a good space for ideation, I think. So I'm going to be interested later in how you think about that work, and then how you imagine a young professionals network from that point of view. Maybe I should then move over to Inam. Inam, you mentioned something very interesting. You've been through the Public Works Bursary Program, been seconded to Mass Design Group. I think that the role that the state plays in funding education in the sector is a very important one. And I think that there's a lot that we should be unearthing from that. I'm a product of that kind of output as well. So I'm very proud to and privileged to have benefited from that. I'm interested in your views in terms of where you find yourselves in this ecosystem and looking ahead.
Sure. Okay, that's true. So I studied both at WITS and at UCT. I studied my undergrad architecture at UCT. I then went on to do a postgraduate diploma in planning at the University of WITS, and then finally went on to do my honors and masters at UCT. So basically, I was really fortunate to become a bursary holder from the National Department of Public Works. So the department has like this amazing program, which has seen many students like within the engineering and built environment receive the professional accreditation. So it's not just architecture. So if I roughly sort of explain how it works, is that the program has sort of like multiple entrance and exit streams. So each year, like the bursary intakes a cohort of grade 10 learners, which they assist sort of improve on subjects such as maths and science in order to ensure that they get into universities, in university programs in the engineering and built environment. So once these learners sort of get into university, this turns into a full bursary. Then the department has a second category of intake of first year students who get full bursaries from the start. And then I guess the third being students who are already in the university system who then get a partial bursary. So I was part of the latter. I got funding, and this saw me right through my university. So both at UCT and at WITS. And then now I'm currently on another program, which is called the Young Professionals Program, which is the ultimate exit program of the bursary. So currently, what happens is that I'm working towards my professional registration. So I registered with SACAP last year in June. Oh yeah, around June. So I have a minimum of 2 years, which I need to do some work and some timesheets, etc., and submit those in order to be ready to write my PPE exam. So one of the components is that unfortunately sometimes the department doesn't have enough work to see us through some of the categories that SACAP requires us to have. So I then, facilitated through the program of the department, they then seconded me to Mass Design Group, which was I particularly chose Mass Design Group because I think their ethos speaks to who I am, and the type of work that they do on the continent speaks to the type of architects that I want to be in the future. So yeah, roughly that's what how the program works.
Thanks, Inam. Ipendule, so you mentioned that you find yourself outside of the country at the moment. What is it like looking from the outside in, and how did you find yourself there, and what does it feel like to be there during the COVID pandemic?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think yes. Okay. Anyway, I will start my contribution to today by actually first sharing my reflection on becoming an architect. Because interestingly, my architecture journey, which eventually landed me at one of the best schools of architecture in Italy, was greatly influenced by what I call a chain of childhood experiences. And just to give a little bit of background on myself, I spent the first 5 years of my life living in a rural village called Enkalweni Kutsolo in the Eastern Cape. And our village was just a scattering of huts on the slope of a mountain, remote, but the center of my world at the time. Little did I know that the years I spent there would actually contribute to my attraction to architecture much later in life. And just to share a little childhood experience, a specific childhood experience that specifically influenced my attraction to architecture, was that I was already engaged in architectural design at the age of 4, when my favorite game to play was dollhouse. Me, my cousins, and friends, we would build doll houses, what we imagined dimensions at the time, from tiny pebbles laid out to create boundaries between rooms, and we'd cement these doll houses with mud and clay that we found around at home. We were quite busy. And what would happen is, particularly in summer, our dollhouse mansions would always get washed away by the summer rains. However, almost always the next day would go into the job with so much determination and enthusiasm to rebuild our dollhouse mansion. And I can say, oh, the fun we had. And it was in this dollhouse game where I first learned to convert my imagination into reality, into real objects. And I would also later learn that actually architecture is essentially, how to put this, a physical expression of our imagination. And yeah, but then though, to specifically say my connection to Italy does actually go back to 1999. So there's another story about my childhood and how it ultimately affected my life choices. But my initial connection to Italy goes back to 1999, when my mother met an Italian professor who would sponsor me through schooling. Thus, from the age of 7, I actually began to daydream about one day living in Italy. And at school, my interest in Italy was continuously reinforced by seemingly random experiences, such as my school subject choices, which were art and music. And these both actually reference the Italian culture and language. And yeah, and then I would later, at the University of Cape Town, I chose to study architecture, because when I came to choosing, I honestly just looked back at my childhood and how I loved creating. And I remember just constantly playing this dollhouse game. So yeah, when I chose architecture, it comes from a childhood game, dollhouse, which we build ourselves. And yeah, and then it was in 2016, at the age of 24, I won a scholarship to pursue a master's degree in architecture at the Politecnico di Milano. And it was at this moment where I felt like everything was in fact coming full circle, because here I was traveling to Italy to fulfill my childhood dreams, which was one, become an architect, and one day I've always wanted to live in Italy. And yeah, just to say, I've now spent the past 5 years living in this country, and I've actually managed to do everything I promised myself to do once I was here. Because when I first came to Italy, I told myself I will leave the country having qualified as a professional architect and having learned the language, which are both my childhood dreams. And just to expand on how to qualify as a professional architect in Italy, it's more or less the same as in SA, because your masters alone, they're not enough to qualify you as an architect, and you need to go through the state exam. They call it a state or board exam this side. And yeah, and this is precisely what I have done. And I'm quite thrilled to be a professional architect after all these years and to speak the Italian language fluently. And in fact, it is important that I say this, because in order for me to even be able to write the exam, I actually had to go through the language first, because they don't offer the exam in English. So in these 5 years, I equally immersed myself in the Italian culture such that I can be effective enough at a high professional level. And of course, there were difficulties in doing this because my whole university life was actually in English. So I found myself a couple of times just trying to balance out the two cultures. And yeah, and to specifically share, I'd like to share what my international experience I have had and how others maybe can learn from it. Like I said, for instance, I'd like to focus on learning the language as well and how it made me be able to interact in the country. And like I did mention before, initially I was always motivated to learn Italian by my burning desire to qualify as a professional architect here. And as mentioned before, the exam is only in Italian. So that was enough to convince me. And enough times I am asked how I managed to learn the language as quickly and so thoroughly. And my response always is, no one really learns to swim in the library. You learn to swim in the water. Essentially, by that I mean, you need to immerse yourself in a culture and participate in everything you can participate in, and the language will ultimately come. And as I've actually grown, I've grown to believe this is how real learning often takes place. Sometimes we need to forget that you're learning and you actually just throw yourself into an activity. So that's how I actually was able to be effective in my stay in a country where I didn't speak the language, and you're almost always excluded from everything just by virtue of not knowing the language. And yeah, and what I'd specifically like to share is that this whole experience, starting from my childhood dollhouse game to then having interest in Italy since I was 7, also taught me about the art of letting our dreams craft our future. Because I think, although since my childhood, I believe I've always worked towards these moments of living my dreams. And I've always worked towards this moment, even when I was actually not aware I was doing it. But yeah, the words I like to leave with are perhaps let's let our dreams craft our future. And yeah, and to conclude, now having done all that I came here to do, I am finally ready to return to South Africa, which is in September. And I hope I will knock on the opportunities and create opportunities which actually do allow me to participate in the development of SA within the field of architecture. And yeah, that's it from me.
Thanks, Ipendule. I mean, one of the things that comes to mind is having been accredited as a professional in Italy. It's interesting then the transition back to South Africa and what kind of process you'll need to go through with the council here in order to become a professional locally as well. So it's an interesting discussion. Maybe Councillor Pailani will touch on that when he does his identification of work presentation later, about these kinds of dynamics that emerge when a South African finds themselves trained elsewhere, if you like. Okay, so to Somia, you spoke a lot on the work that you guys are doing in a transdisciplinary kind of space. And obviously you started out in a conventional architectural firm. You know, there's an interesting quote from the RIBA report of 2010, where the one that titled "The Future of the Architect" or something. And they say, in 10 years, we probably will not call ourselves an architectural practice. It will be something else entirely. And that was back in 2010. We're in 2021, and you are sitting in a room with town planners and other professions. What does that mean for you, as someone who started out in the conventional architectural space? And also, I think critically, does the architectural learning site, the university, does it prepare us for that? Does it sensitize us about those things in the horizon? So what have been your, you know, experiences, frustrations, exciting moments?
Thanks, Papama. That's kind of a loaded question there with a lot of sort of sub-questions and stuff. So yeah, thanks for that. I seem to have quite a few of these conversations with friends about sort of what the sort of future of the architectural profession is. There's sort of two sides, I guess, to the story. One side is that there's no future, you know, architects are going to become obsolete, what we do will become obsolete. And there's the other end of it that's no, it's a very important space, it's a very important industry, and it's a very important skill set that we possess. So I'm not going to go into the sort of polarities of either debate and argument, but I think I want to answer, or I'll start answering with your sort of last point about, does university sort of equip you and prepare you? And I feel like, so I studied at NMU in Port Elizabeth, and I feel like we had a very good, solid sort of foundation and education, because I think architecture is great because it's intellectual at the one hand, because you're encouraged to think critically and rationally, but it's also kind of emotional on the one hand because you're taught to think creatively. And then there's also, you know, a huge sort of skill sets that you develop in terms of the ability to write, the ability to document your thoughts visually through different softwares and so on and so forth. So I think our teachings at university were great. And I'll speak specifically about NMU, obviously, because that's where I study, but I'm sure this goes across to all other universities in South Africa. I think there'll always be room for improvement, and there's always going to be sort of debate and discussion on how discourse needs to be better. And I think that's good. But I think our universities do set us up quite well for the challenges in industry. So I think one really good thing about our teachings was that, you know, you as an architect, you're constantly working within a context. So our architectural ideas or themes, you know, were not kind of stylistic, or it wasn't sort of sitting in a very formal or a very kind of image-driven ideology. It was driven in the ideology of that you're working within a suburb and a precinct, and a street and a city, essentially, and you need to understand what that means, and you know, you sort of shape your architectural design through that. I remember we had a very interesting workshop in our fourth year with where we had Pete Lowe and Dave DeVar come down to Cape Town, to PE, sorry. And yeah, they gave us a wonderful 3-day kind of quick like crash course into what urbanism is. And we had to develop a project from there. So the project was kind of, the outcome was less interesting than the process of going through this. And I think it's at that point that you start understanding what the sort of the realm of sort of exposure or impact that buildings and architecture have on people, space, and society, and so on and so forth. And then I think when you start working, you start understanding that context a little differently. And it's not just a physical thing, but it's a social context, and it's a cultural context, and it's a diverse context. And it's also an ecological context. So you start understanding, you move away from the understanding of physical environment to a natural environment, that you're always working, you know, in a natural space, and whatever you do has an implication on the earth, and you start being aware of how you need to tread that lightly, and be careful about that. So I think I've been quite fortunate. I've worked in practices and firms where there has been a lot of sort of cross-disciplinary movements. So sometimes we work on urban frameworks, and then we get down into the architectural scale. And currently I'm at a practice where, like I said in the beginning, it's a team of town planners, urban designers, and architects. So I think what's really valuable with that is, even if you're working on a single architectural project, again, it's not the sort of stylistic kind of thematic ideas that come out of the architecture. It's understanding that, you know, this sits within a broader urban realm, and understanding what that is, and understanding what the policies speak about spatial transformation and justice and all those kinds of things. So that's really where the root point is. And I think that's an important, and then when you start working with professionals in that space, and you start working on projects and addressing it in that way, you start understanding that the city is a lot larger than what you think. You know, there are a lot more people in the city, and there are a lot more people that are maybe not as well off or are more marginalized than you have previously been able to understand and been able to think about. And I think what's good about that is it starts to sort of center your position of how you start thinking about architecture, and it sort of gives you a little bit of empathy, and it's the emotional, you sort of bring those things close to your heart, and you start thinking about design in that way. So I think it's very important for architects, and I think we need to be a little bit more maybe present or available when we start having these city discussions on how there should be transformation, what that transformation should be. And like I said, I think there's, you know, the value of the youth in that, and the understanding of what the youth think is also quite important. So I don't know if I've answered your question. Sorry, I think I've gone on a bit of a ramble. That's sort of my...
Yeah, there's a lot of substance there. We'll piece it together, don't worry. Thanks for that.
Papama, would I be perhaps problematic if I jumped in?
Yeah, no, not at all. I was actually going to ask you to speak.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, I slightly disagree with Sumya to say that, you know, I don't know if I'm visible. Am I visible?
Yes, you are. You can
cool.
agree.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Very.
Yeah, so I think that, like, as much as you speak about the technical aspects that we get set up with in university, but I think that the social is missing, and that's highly problematic, because at the end of the day, the things that we build or the things that we design are for people. So I think that basically we already like grow up not knowing what it means to be African, and at school, when we're taught about ourselves, it's usually like a footnote. So this kind of pedagogy, it really teaches Black children to undermine or hate their being. And I think that this is like sort of deeply embedded in the architectural and spatial setup around us. You know, so Akil spoke about Rhodes Must Fall. So when the comrades of Rhodes Must Fall articulated these views, it was a shock for us. You know, it was a shock that our whole lives we've been in spaces that not only erase and like distort our history, but you know, they're not about us. So for me, I would say that my awakening was as a result of, you know, the Rhodes Must Fall movement, and not the #1 classroom that's hailed, well, the classroom that's hailed as the #1 classroom in the entire of Africa, which is UCT. But basically my consciousness and much of my education took place outside of the classroom. And it was that robust conversation about space that those students had got me thinking about the type of impact that I would like to have as an architect, you know. So yeah, I think that these institutions sort of need to engender a culture where ideas that are produced in the space are able to advance and benefit society, and not sort of propel the existing inequalities in our society. And people that are sort of, or voices that have been left out or been marginalized, need to be centered in our thinking about space and architecture. And that's something that sort of didn't come through in my educational experience.
Thanks for that, Inam. And also, I think it's important, the point you make at the end, that the particular institutions have got different focus points sometimes that tend to neglect important subject matter. And as I spoke earlier, and I related to the work of Francis Carter, I think both him and Rodney Harbour make these points that we need to move to a space where these expressions are at the center of what is happening in our institution. But I think that having said that, I think the conversation has been ongoing for a long time, and we've constantly highlighted these problems. And I think the point we are making here today is that if young people are having this conversation, we shouldn't be then looking to other people to say, how are you going to begin to confront these things structurally and otherwise? I think what should come out of this is the kinds of experiments and initiatives that will move closer to what we want to see in the sector. And I think it's also important to highlight again this point that Rodney was making, that we still don't have nearly enough schools of architecture in this country. Where I come from in the Eastern Cape, we've got the current president of SACAP is based here. We've got 2 past presidents of the Institute and more, but we've only got 1 school of architecture, and that's NMU, which is also where I went. And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but also that work must also be cognizant of the paradigm that we're in. I mean, there's an interesting report by the South African Council South African Cultural Observatory, yes, SACO. There's a report that they did on the creative economy and the 4th Industrial Revolution. And they were saying something along the lines of 60% of the jobs that need to exist by 2030 have not been invented yet. We're 9 years away from that. And the nature of education is going to shift towards more short-term courses, probably more skills-based than the whole qualification approach. So I think we are being challenged here to say, as we reimagine this landscape that is more transformed, that has got pedagogies that talk to this place, what does that mean in the context of teaching as well?
All right. Okay. I want to bring Ipendule. Well, I don't know if I should move on from you or maybe we'll do the projections later. Let me bring Ipendule in, and because I think she touched on being an outsider to the Italian culture, and I think to a certain extent what Inam is touching on here is it alienates a lot of us in this system. So you've lived in a culture where you wanted to be an insider, hypothetically, while being an outsider. So what are the learnings on that you think are essential for us moving towards this space that Inam is talking about? And I must say, guys, I agree with Sonia that one of the things that always stuck out with me about the Nelson Mandela University curriculum, if you like, was the strong focus on the social context, right? So, and I think that without necessarily always being Africanist in its outlook or Afrocentric, if you like, by virtue of it pursuing the social ills or confronting the social ills, it forced us to look at those contexts that would desire an Afrocentric response in any case. And so while that may not have been pronounced, by virtue of the orientation of the school itself, we were finding ourselves navigating those conversations in any case. There's been other works, I think, that are very important for all of us to actually familiarize ourselves with, and that's, I think there was a paper when we hosted the World Congress in Durban that actually looked at the orientation of each school of architecture. I can't remember which academic did that work, but that body of works does exist, and it looks at what UCT focuses on, what UP focuses on. And I think for all of us, we need to then be able to step back and say, if all these institutions are functioning in these different ways, the space that we want to get our profession to, what is useful that we can take with us from those institutions, and what is worth transforming or changing. But also, I don't think we should lock ourselves in just a debate on the schools of higher learning. We should also think about the offices, because the offices are an offspring of that. They still have very much many of these principles entrenched and these outlooks that they've inherited from this problematic system that we're identifying. So, Ipendule, what's your take? I mean, you were an outsider in Italy. You are technically an outsider here now too, because you need to be SACAP accredited. So, yeah, what's your take on the learnings that could be useful in the process?
Okay, like I did share earlier about how being an outsider legit forced me to learn the language, so to be less of an outsider, so to be effective, if that makes sense. And I talked about how I just actually had to immerse myself in the culture and just being within the people. But I also do think, I will say, being in Italy is slightly easier, if that makes sense, just because being here for me, participation within their culture, I found it slightly easier. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, for back home, each one would need to decide how they want to participate, how they immerse themselves in society. But I do believe that it's not about theorizing it and sitting on my seat and talking about it. It's about actually just putting yourself within the people and maybe actually asking the people what they want. If you're looking at how to use architecture for social development, which is the most prevalent point I got from what Sumya was sharing, how to use architecture as a social drive, or because she speaks about the idea of alienation of people. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, how do you make people participate? And yeah, that's the best I can say. But I will say because Italy was easier for me, because it's always just been like a dream, if that makes sense. I've always had that dream from childhood, and I've had the support structure, which actually helped me be part of the society.
Yeah, I know. I totally with you, Ipendule. But I think that the need to get involved is critical for me. And I enjoy what you're saying about these things should not exist as theories, but they should become lived experiences, so that we discuss each and every one of them for what they are, and not always what we imagine them to be. So one of the interesting points made by Francis Carter, though, is in our sector is about what he calls the post-professional education space. And I think that's the space that shapes the ideas that are constant, or the regular ideas that float in the space. And his sense was that we're not seeing a lot of our professionals, the senior professionals, the experienced professionals, then seeking to further their education in deep learning at a PhD level, for instance, on issues of design and so on, and how that process can provide feedback loops into the even shaping of the curriculum. And so we don't seem to have the people who are going to take this kind of debate and then look at how it then shapes the curriculum at a higher level. So there seems to be that kind of opportunity. So it's another challenge, I think, for you guys. I often have these debates with the president of SACAP to say, with people like him and his experience in the profession, I would like to see them graduate further to PhD level, so that they can now be more, prevalent in the policy space, in the academic space, and in reshaping our curriculum. I want to draw now to your guys' projections, right? Because we are going to finish the session in 15 minutes. So technically, you almost each have 5 minutes, right? Which is a lot of time. It's paint us a picture of what it should look like from here on, right? We've got this picture of the profession that is being affected by globalization, the fourth industrial revolution, the COVID pandemic now, got a huge unemployment, but we still have these dynamic minds and a curriculum that seems to still be able to produce dynamic thinking and innovative thinking. Where should we be taking those capacities and capabilities going forward? Yeah, Sonia, your take first.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll try and answer that in 5 minutes. It's again quite a loaded question, Papa. Yeah, future projections. I mean, let me quickly formalize this in my mind. I think our industry, it's great on one hand because I mean, let's take an example of the sort of remote working opportunity. I think if you would have asked any director of a company, you know, any MD or someone that runs their own practice before 2020, you know, why has the architectural industry not realized or thought about the possibilities of remote working? Why are we not looking at maybe bridging our spatial borders a little bit more and working in other provinces or other countries? And why don't we have this kind of approach to working? Because I have a lot of friends who are in kind of the media space or in the entrepreneurial space, and they work very much remotely. And you'd hear the answer of, no, it's not possible. We're very collaborative, interdisciplinary. You know, we work together. We need to be together. We need to sort of sit and be in the same space all the time. And then COVID comes and you don't have a choice, but you have to work from home and you have to work remotely and you have to start managing practices and collaboration and meetings and things in that manner. And there are currently practices that, you know, don't have an office space anymore. They've sort of adapted to this way of working, or, you know, this new way of working, let's call it that. So I think it's great that we are engaging in a platform like this and starting to look at what, you know, there is this need for transformation. And I think Akil spoke about it quite interestingly when he was speaking before. And, you know, with the Arab Springs and sort of this whole sort of social uprising and using media and sort of new platforms to be able to do that. So I think there's definitely impetus for that. I think maybe we need to sort of start thinking about particular questions of like sort of if we want transformation, what exactly do we want? How exactly do we want to be transformed? And then one of the questions that could come into that is sort of what is the youth's kind of voice or space in that? Because essentially, you know, in a few years' time, the sort of SACAP head positions in the city, that's going to be our generation of professionals are going to be able to take up those spaces. So we need to, it's great that we're having these discussions now so we're aware of the issues and the kind of problems, and we can work and move towards that. In terms of, going forward, I also, you know, with the whole change or this sort of the pandemic, I think it's sort of prompted the industry to also just sort of be quiet a little and observe and see what's happening. There are immense changes happening in our society right now, socially, physically, you know, home and work are the same thing now. It's sort of the economy and the result on property prices and market movements and all those kinds of things. There's a lot of stuff happening. And I think maybe we just need to sort of pause, reflect, think about what those changes are, and then kind of get ahead of it so that we're not always in a reactionary space. We're maybe in more of a space where we can say what changes need to be made in the future. So yeah, again, I'm not sure if I've answered your question, but that would be my contribution.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Thank you. Pause and reflect. I think that's a critical one. I think this is definitely a moment of pause and reflect for all of us young people. So we don't necessarily come into this with all the answers, but we're here to actually ask the questions that we're going to need to shape that thinking. Inam, your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think I have any projections, but I would like
the industry or the field to move in a particular way. And I think that my desire would sort of be to see a lot more diversity, you know. And I think this is important because of my own experiences. For example, I'm third generation Cape Townian born, you know, so my grandmother was born in District 6, and then obviously they got forcibly removed to Gwalanga, and my mother was born in Gwalanga, and I was ultimately born in Kuguletu, but went to school in Newland. So basically my everyday experience was to see this contrast and this juxtaposition of, you know, the spatial setup of a city like Cape Town, and how, you know, remnants of apartheid spatial planning. And, you know, at the time that I decided to study architecture, I don't think I realized how these experiences were going to sort of impact the type of architect that I would later become, or am still becoming. But I think that it's very important to have like a diverse group of spatial practitioners in order to be able to, you know, like incorporate everyone and hear out everyone's voices. And then another thing that I would like to touch on is that basically, okay, so I work for, I mentioned earlier that I've been seconded to Mass Design Group, right? So basically the company's mission is to sort of research, build and advocate for architecture that promotes justice and sort of human dignity. So what they do is help other organizations basically amplify their missions. So I think another thing that we need to do as architects is sometimes to step back and collaborate. You know, I think that people know what they want to do. Informality exists, spatial practices already exist. It's just that how can we sort of use our skill sets to enhance already existing spatial practices? So I think that that's something that we need to look at as South Africans. And also, like, if we are to sort of move forward, we ought, am I still audible?
Lost you for a second, continue.
Yeah, sorry, like my computer just did something, so yeah. But basically, if we are sort of to move forward, we need to sort of think about an architecture that incorporates the marginalized and includes those that are marginalized. And so us as professionals and the practice, we ought to allow to allow people that have been excluded for a very long time to sort of state what they imagine architecture and other like spatial disciplines look like for them, instead of just like coming in and imposing all the time like our ideas.
Thanks, Inam. Ipendule?
Right, I'm back. Well, I'd like to share, and I'd also just to bounce off what Inam was talking, because I spoke also about participation a lot. It is quite important to simply ask what people want and literally include them, as opposed to sitting from a place of assuming. The best thing to do is to simply ask the people you're trying to provide for, and let them actually sometimes have an opinion on what they want. And also just to, yeah, and then in terms of what like lessons from COVID or what it imposed on us and on how I imagine the future, I don't know what my imagination specifically for the future are, but I will say that I think COVID taught us about flexibility and being elastic, because I think everyone kind of found themselves in a position on, we don't know what's going on, but we need to still continue work, and people found themselves in new ways of working, and the most flexible, I imagine, are the ones who are most able to survive all the restrictions or all the new settings of COVID, I would say. And yeah, and I also do agree on collaboration is the best. Like, I think as we all hear, no one has ever gone through a single project by themselves. It's either we have the crits, we do the back and forth. And yeah, so for me, I guess our future is equally about collaboration, but I can't give a specific picture of what it looks like at the moment. And yeah, that's it from me from now.
Fantastic, guys. So we've got the last 5 minutes, and you know, all that you're saying, I'm touched by what Soumya was saying about the company director that you talked to about working remotely before COVID. You know, so in the reading that I was doing from Rodney Harbour, he was talking about access to education in a decentralized fashion, and he made reference to the open architecture initiative and how difficult it was to set that up in our country. And then when you fast forward to today, even the whole process of learning architecture or being in a lecture is sometimes in this fashion, like a virtual type of engagement. So it goes to show these possibilities that now COVID-19 has suddenly made acceptable or possible. And the other one, I think also, as we think about collaboration, and a lot of what you guys are saying is also about promoting access, is how do we promote access and awareness of the profession? Because I'm one of those people who do believe that architecture is in essence an unknown profession. In all honesty, I go to high schools and I still find that we get confused with quantity surveyors or engineers, and there's not quite a clear distinction of what is it that is this architect's role. Or you find yourself in spaces where you have to motivate for someone to see value in compensating the architect for their work, but they don't see that value relative to purchasing material for building. And so we seem to have a lot of work in terms of advocating for our presence and our position in the built environment. And I think also critically, being nestling between the built environment on one hand and the creative economy on one hand. I'm not quite sure if we're doing nearly enough to leverage our affinity to those spaces. I mean, there's been a lot said about the evolution of practice where people take their capabilities and move into new spaces. Others are graffiti artists, others design furniture and all sorts of things, you know. So I think there's a lot that we still need to discuss around that. But your last 60 seconds each, what do you think the YP network should do, and your initial thoughts, a 30-second bite on your imagining a YP network, and what do you think SACAP or government or other stakeholders should be playing in setting that up? Effectively, what kind of space do you want to be a part of, and how can these all players shape that for you? Soumya, first bite.
Cool. Yeah, and I think one of the sort of things that this young professional body should do is, and piggybacking off sort of what Young Urbanist does, is create a network. And what's really nice about that is it's a part of it is a social network. So you build friends, you meet new people that work at different places, different companies, different firms, and who are maybe not doing exactly what you do, who are doing something different. So you can learn from each other and chat to them. And I think especially in this time of COVID, it's been wonderful because you meet people who are in a similar space as you, who are in a sort of similar kind of life space as you, I guess, as well. So there are a lot of similarities, and you can kind of feed off each other, and you're going through the same thing. So there's that similarity aspect there that's very nice. And then I think in the other form, it's a professional network. So I think I was picking on a little bit about what the discussion was before the break, but you know that if you find that you need to upskill, you need to do something in a particular space, let's say it's to learn a new software or something, it's nice to be able to tap into that network and say, who has the skills for this? Who knows the software? Who works on this? Can we get together or meet virtually or collaborate and chat about it and talk about it? So I think that the sort of informal sort of discussions or dialogues that can happen are as useful as the formal events and the practice things. So I think if this generates into sort of an architectural platform of that nature, I think that would be a very useful aspect.
Thanks. Ipendule?
Okay, how I envision this young professionals network is, I guess, yeah, it's about networking and maybe just creating platforms to where we people have access to people to ask. For example, like this morning, I entered this. I know that I've just gotten my professional accreditation in Italy. I don't really know who to ask, where to go, but just by sitting in this meeting, I kind of have names of people who to ask. How do I start off mentorship? How do I start off? There's the CDB points. These are all things I actually I didn't have my head wrapped around like at 9 a.m. or 8 a.m. this morning. But just by simply creating this platform of where people just come together and they share their experiences, they share their mistakes or their growth, their failures or whatever it is. But just by simply creating platforms to share, a lot can be gained. Like I literally, I now have names of people I can actually just maybe knock and ask what road, what are my steps? Whereas before I felt like I'm not too sure where to go. So yeah, that's how I see YP networking.
Thank you so much. Inam?
Sure, Papama. I think that I'm largely covered by Sumia and Ipindule, but like I think what's really important is that these conversations are already happening. You know, I'm having conversations with Ipindule about things. I'm having conversations with you, but it's really informal. So I think that it's really like necessary to have this formalized platform where we can engage with a larger body of, you know, architectural professionals, but really just to share experiences, because it's quite daunting to be in the space. So I think that as Ipendule alludes to, you know, sharing our mistakes and not only like the when it comes to issues such as like mental health, you know, that's something that we don't talk about. So I think that, yeah, it's quite important just to help and aid one another to get through this architectural life.
Okay, guys, thank you so much. And thank you, Inam, for mentioning mental health. I think that that's going to come up in Luvugo's presentation later. And I think it's a topic that requires a focus on its own. But yeah, I'm excited, and I'm really grateful that you guys took the time to be here. This is exactly the kind of engagement that one hoped for as a way of kickstarting this exercise. And I hope that we all be able to look back on this moment as an important turning point for our profession and inspire other voices to kind of shape this forward. So thank you so much, guys. I'm going to hand over to Councillor Pailane now to take us through the identification of work presentation. Cheers.
Thanks, Papama.
Papama, thank you for taking us through that engagement. Am I audible?
You're audible, sir, yes.
Yes. I greatly appreciate the engagement we had from Impendule, Somia, and Inam with regards to empowering our youth to take up this opportunity. And I was greatly inspired by the expression that we should allow our dreams to craft our future. And I really hope all the participants today will take up this opportunity and really, participate in the architectural industry. We as SACAP consider the aspect of transformation within the architectural profession quite seriously. We encourage women and youth to participate. So I'm greatly inspired by the three young professionals, and I'm also greatly appreciative of the engagements we are having. I'm now going to present to the delegates the importance of identification of work. I'm the chairperson for the Identification of Work Committee, and I will take you through various aspects with regards to IDEO. Papama, I'm now going to share screen. Please indicate if it's visible on your side. I have been allocated an hour to speak to okay. Okay, just now sharing screen. Is that visible on your side?
Perfect, sir.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to take the delegates through the work that has been done by the IDEO committee, the engagement we've had to date, our achievements.
Please try and project your voice,
points.
Councillor Pala.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me raise my audio. Is that audible enough?
Yeah, it's better. Thank you.
Thank you, Papama. So I'll be taking you through the work that has been achieved by the 4th Interim Council and the 5th Term Council. Okay, so in terms of contents, these slides have been shared to a large extent with our stakeholders, but I think it's equally important for our youth who are in attendance here today and those who are, wanting to venture into the architectural profession. I think it's equally important that these slides are shared with them so that they are made aware of the various categories within the architectural profession. And really the message I want to leave with our youth is that they should not really limit themselves in terms of what they can, the category of work that they can do. I'm of the view that, with determination, one can really be working at the highest category. So I'm really going to appeal to the youth, the young professionals, that they should rather be looking into getting to architectural learning sites and working at the highest category of registration. So in terms of content, I'm going to digress on the engagements with the VAs, RPs, the Competition Commission, the Council for Built Environment, the report back from those engagements, subsequent memorandum of understanding between SACEP and the Competition Commission, the publication of IDEO, which to a large extent, affects the young professionals who will be, new entrants into the market. I will also compare various educational qualifications and encourage our young professionals again to apply and perform at the highest category of registration, because really we can all be architects. And as we are SACEP, we are for transformation and would really want to see as many of our women and youth registered as professional architects. I will discuss the various enabling mechanisms for those who've been practicing within the architectural profession, the various NQF levels, the old and the new. And at high level, I will also deliberate on project complexity. Okay, so if I may just start the presentation. On your screen, you will note the various statutes or acts which govern the legislative framework of IDEO. That these are the CBE Act, our Act, the Architectural Professions Act, the policy on IDEO, the Competitions Commissions Act, and the Constitution of SA. So in terms of the Constitution, Section 22 of the Constitution, it states that every citizen has a right to choose their trade, occupation, profession, and as such, trade, occupation, or profession may be regulated by law. Hence, we have the recent publication of IDEO and its implementation by SACEP. Section 24 also mentions that it grants everyone the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and to have an environment that's protected for their benefit of present and future generations. So these sections within the Constitution and Act are the guiding principles in terms of developing IDEO policy. All right, so just looking at the background, the initial IDEO board notice was published on the 9th of February 2007. And really, SACEP has consulted widely with everyone who's affected by these regulations. We've consulted our stakeholders, CBE, the Competition Commission, and all our RPs, and we went through a intensive and thorough process to ensure that these guidelines or policies are not restrictive, nor are they exclusionary to anyone who's affected by them. All right, so these are our stakeholders whom we've consulted with. We've consulted our VAs, any person within the industry, anybody with regards to the regulation of the architectural profession. So in terms of the Act, Section 26, after having consulted, the Council must then submit this recommendation to CBE, and those engagements have taken place. CBE, after having receipt of the recommendations from Council, they now need to determine the policy with regards to the identification of work for the different categories. They must also consult with any person, body, or industry who's affected by these regulations. And surely CBE has consulted the Competition Commission and who's affected by these regulations. Papama, please let me know if I'm audible, or if it's indicating on my side that it may be
You're audible, but on my side you keep breaking.
So when I do at times, yeah. Okay.
On my side,
Thank you.
You're sounding better now. Are you there?
Okay.
You're sounding better now. You're sounding better.
All right. So, all right. Okay, thank you. All right, I'll thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, did we lose him? I think we lost him. All right, maybe as he tries to reconnect, which I'm sure he will, there was a question that was being asked here. Councillor Pailani, I think if you can switch off your mic, I mean your camera, your audibility might be better. Can you try switch off your camera and then let's see when you project again.
So I'm going to share screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Sharing screen, Papama.
Already sounding better. Already sounding better.
Okay, thanks. Is that visible on your side?
Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So with regards to the consultation on IDEO, you'll see on your screen the dates displayed where we hosted various stakeholders. We hosted VAs, consulted widely with everyone regarding the regulations. So subsequent to those engagements, we requested our RPs to submit comments. And those comments have also been incorporated in the policy framework. We also had engagements with the Competition Commission on the 8th of March 2019. And we presented the various mechanisms, RPL, special consent, and limited special dispensation, which I will be discussing later. These are the various dates where we had engagements with our stakeholders. I'm not going to go into detail. And also CBE had consulted the Competition Commission on the scope of work and the transformative mechanisms were addressed by those engagements. CBE also has approved the ideal mechanisms for the various built environment professionals. And these mechanisms are RPL, special consent, limited special dispensation, and candidacy. All right, so these are further engagements where CBE and the CC, Public Works, and other built environment professionals had engagements on the scope of work. We also recently had a memorandum of understanding between SACAP and the CC. And really that MOU is the intention of the MOU is for collaboration, which will then assist SACAP in formulation of the policies to deal with matters of exclusion, restriction, and the transformation within the architectural profession. That memorandum of understanding had also subsequently been approved by the president of SACAP and the commissioner of CCSA. Okay, this slide talks to the publication of a professional fees guideline, which also relates partly to ideal work. And the date of that publication was on the 7th of August 2020. IDEO was also published recently. However, the implementation date for IDEO would be April 2021. Papama, by implementation date and our delegates, SACAP is saying we are giving all our RPs a year's period, a window period to get their houses in order, so that by the time the policy is implemented by municipalities, government agencies, all our RPs would have had their houses in order. I will also present those various mechanisms that are available to our RPs so as to alleviate any of their concerns. Okay, I've touched on the aspect of the MOU between SACAP and the CC. And really, that MOU is put in place to enhance collaboration between SACEP and CC. And it deals with matters of exclusion, restriction, and transformation within the architectural profession. Okay, the next slide talks to the various NQF levels, and I think it's going to be of importance to our young professionals in that it shows the qualifications that one obtains from various architectural learning sites. And as I have alluded earlier, we encourage our young professionals to strive to become professional architects. The young professionals we had earlier, I was greatly inspired by the expression that we should allow our dreams to craft the future, and really any of our youth can really allow themselves to dream and be architects. So these are the various categories of registration, qualifications, the various NQF levels, and really anyone can become a professional architect, and that's what we should all be striving for. Okay, this talking to at high level an overview of the various mechanisms that are enabling, and these mechanisms have been accepted by the Competition Commission. The mechanisms are recognition of prior learning, special consent, and limited special dispensation. With RPL, one is offered a category upgrade. It's not a qualification. Special consent, you get permission to do the work you've been doing outside the scope of work. You'll be assessed and you'll be allowed to do such work. Limited special dispensation, that applies to registered principals. You will continue with the work you've been doing outside your scope of work after having been your portfolio of evidence is assessed, evaluated by a panel. All right, so this slide here talks to the various mechanisms that are enabling, and the new entrants in the market would be aligned to the compulsory alignment that's on your right. Those who've been practicing for years would be allowed to practice for those specific buildings or be upgraded after having been evaluated and allowed to do such work. So with regards to transitional alignment, that applies for registered professionals, registered principals. The law can't be applied retrospectively. And it allows this mechanism, it's for registered principals to align themselves. It's a limited special dispensation, which is only available for a year's period. We are basically saying to the principals of practices that they can submit portfolio of evidence for the work that they have been doing, that POE gets evaluated, and then you'll be given permission to practice. Similarly, with registered professionals, you'll be granted special consent. You'll be given permission to do specific types of buildings, which you've been in the past not allowed to do. However, Chairperson, if I may clarify, these works that one would be allowed to do, there will be a thorough and process where the panel will assess based on the 10 SACEP competencies, whether one is competent to do such work. So similarly, the process there, one gets evaluated and you'll be given permission to practice. RPL registered applies to registered professionals, and really RPL is the overarching mechanism, and we encourage all our RPs to use this route as an option to upgrade to a higher category, because it allows one the freedom to do more. Okay, similarly, with RPL application, you submit your portfolio of evidence, it gets evaluated, there's a category upgrade, and then one is then moved to to the highest category of registration. The upgrade is not a qualification. It's not a SciCap is not giving one a qualification. However, we will recognize the registration category for our registered persons. Okay, so those are the three mechanisms as I've discussed. Okay, I'm now moving on to project complexity at high level. Okay, the introduction of concept of project complexity. When was complexity determined for each category of professional? So the first IDEO, which was published in Board Notice 11 of 2007, complexity of the project, square meterage, and site sensitivity informed the development of IDEO policy. However, the current IDEO framework, we've disregarded the issue of square meterage, and we are only focusing on the interpretation of project complexity, the complexity of different building types, which I'll discuss later. Complexity factors. There are 6 complexity factors. You have utility, structure, building technologies, building services, urban context, occupational health and safety. For complexity factor number 1, utility, there are various factors which determine the complexity for utility. The first is single use, multiple use, and mixed use. So depending on these factors, one will then determine at what level or complexity utility is regarded. Similarly with structure, you have various factors which determine the complexity of a structure. This could be a single-story structure, a multi-story structure, or a non-conventional structure. Building technologies, similarly, you have conventional building technologies, non-conventional building technologies. There are indigenous technologies and high-tech technologies. So depending on the factor, the complexity factor within a project, one will then determine the factor for the building technology for that specific project. Building services, similarly, there's 3. You have services, energy efficiency, and bulk infrastructure. Urban context, that's informed by site sensitivity, land use management, and the urban context will then inform the assessment panel on the complexity factor for that specific project. Occupational health and safety, that's informed by detailed design. Okay, I'm now moving on to project complexity rating. There's 3 project complexity ratings. A is for high complexity rating, and that refers to projects which are have high complexity. Project complexity rating of a B, that's a medium complexity building type. A project complexity rating of a C, that's a low complexity, and that refers to projects that have a low complexity. All right, so low complexity projects are uncomplicated, low impact structures or projects, and they're simple, standard, low technology buildings which require minimal mechanical or electrical basic, and they can really be designed by any of our registered professionals. However, with medium complexity projects, there's a bit more of a requirement from the RP, because these are relatively uncomplicated medium impact projects, and they require a lot more from our registered professional. With high complexity projects, these are large, complicated, and they also have a significant impact on the environment. They are sophisticated, specialized, they are large projects which require a lot more competency on the part of the RP. Okay, so here's an example delegate on your screen where we have a surface car park and a multi-story underground car park. With the surface car park, which is low complexity, it requires very minimal design intervention from the RP. Whereas with a multi-story underground car park, which is very sophisticated project, and that is now a high complexity project. Okay, so the skills required to perform architectural work. Again, I'm going to encourage and urge our youth who are in attendance today, based on the, the slides I will take you through on the skills required and the competency that's required from an RP to perform architectural work. You can really be performing work at the highest category. And I would also echo the expression which was mentioned earlier, that you should allow yourself to dream, and that, we should let our dreams craft our future. So to the young professionals out there, let's not have a limiting belief. You should allow yourself to be performing at the highest level. Okay, I'm proceeding. So how is competency therefore defined for each category of professional? The competency is determined by two factors: academic training and practice-based experience. In terms of academic training, these are national qualifications framework. These are the various registration categories, and I'm going to echo the sentiments that everyone should strive to become, at the highest level. Not to say the others aren't important, but all I'm saying is we can all become architectural professionals and be performing at the highest. Okay, so these are the 10 SACEP professional competencies. These are taken into consideration when applying for RPL, special consent, and limited special dispensation. The 10 SACEP defined professional competencies. Okay, I've discussed that earlier. Okay. All right, so the 10 SACEP defined professional competencies the requirements, you know, that are required from the RPs. One needs to demonstrate these aspects: awareness, knowledge, understanding, and the ability. So what are some of the examples of competency for each category of professional? We'll only look at 4 for now in terms of those competencies, and see what are the requirements from the various RPs. So for a trust person, where we see that, you know, one needs to demonstrate the knowledge to resolve such a design resolution. Whereas with architectural technologies, you need to demonstrate the knowledge, understanding, ability, understanding also to resolve such structures. Whereas with senior technologies and the professional architect, the requirements are a bit more stringent in that one needs to demonstrate the ability to resolve such complex structures. You need to demonstrate the ability to appraise and define the architectural problem and have the ability to present the design in a logical manner. So that applies for competency 1. Competency 2, similarly, there's very minimal required from a draftsperson, whereas with an architect, you know, one needs to show an understanding, ability to resolve for competency 2. And really the message here for the youth would be, we can all be performing at the architect, the professional architect level, because I believe the delegates who are in attendance today have the capability, you know, to really dream and be performing at that level. Competency 3, similarly, there's minimal required from a draftsperson and more required from an architect. Competency 4, similarly, more requirements are due from an architect. How are education, competency, and complexity factors for each category of professional aligned? I'm going to discuss these at high level. So there are 2 determining factors for assessment of competency, and these are academic training and practice-based experience. So your academic training will determine at what level or one is competent, as shown on your screen, and the practice-based experience. These are, along with the 10 SACEP competencies, are considered by the panel when assessing one for a category upgrade. All right, and you'll see also the various complexity ratings. For an architect, there's a complexity rating of an A. Senior architectural technologies, there's between medium and high complexity rating, whereas with the draftsperson, there's only a low complexity rating where they can do unsophisticated design resolutions. Okay, competencies and skills required to perform architectural work. We look at education, competency, the project complexity factors, and building types as shown in Schedule 1 of complexity ratings, building types. So I'm echoing the message again to the youth out there that perhaps, you know, we can all strive to be performing at the highest level. So, you know, with the education and those who are already qualified, you know, they can upgrade themselves to be at the highest level. Sample of project complexity, there's two examples. We have a surface car park and a multi-story underground car park. So a surface car park, which is not so complicated, has a low complexity rating of a C. A multi-story underground car park, which is quite, somewhat sophisticated, requires more from the RP, that has a high complexity rating. Okay, summary of project complexity and professional competency. Okay, a high level of project complexity will require a corresponding greater level of professional competency. Okay, now looking at scenario car park 2. Okay, we've gone through this exercise where we looked at the complexity rating for the various architectural professionals and what's required from them. We've looked at the complexity factors. There's 7 of them as shown there on the screen. We've looked at the competency that's required from the RP. We've looked at the academic and the base academic training and the experience that's required from the RP. So for a surface car park, we've gone through that exercise earlier, but I will take the delegates for a surface car park, which is low complexity. It requires low competency from the RP. That can be done by our registered draftspersons. However, with a multi-story car park, which has a greater complexity and it requires more competency, that can only be done by a senior architectural technologist and a professional architect. Okay, so the alignment of the scenario which we've gone through in terms of the surface car park and the multi-story underground car park. The surface car park, I've indicated it has a low complexity rating of a C, and that can be done by draftspersons, architects, senior architectural technologists, and technologists. However, with the multi-story underground car park, that can be done by a professional architect and a senior architectural technologist. Okay, so on the screen, we can see this is an example of a surface car park. And really, this scenario or example shows a surface car park with road markings and one, this design resolution is not so sophisticated. And any of our RPs can really do this design because one needs to only demonstrate the knowledge of and the understanding of designing a surface car park. Whereas on the other hand, where we have a complex multi-story underground car park, only a senior architectural technologist and the architect can really be doing such work. Okay, so I've come to the end of the presentation and I will gladly accept any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Pailan. I think we still have another 15 minutes in your slot. But I'm not seeing many questions. There was a question asked about someone like Ipendule who has gone overseas and then comes back into the country and what they would need to do to plug into the SACAP system. But I think before you answer that, I think one of the things that comes out of your presentation is the need to reflect as young people. I think there's been a growing rhetoric in the profession that seeks to challenge the necessity of becoming an architect with a, say, a master's degree or at a PR arch level, if I may say. Because a lot of us find ourselves with bachelor degrees and at lower tiers of the ranking. And this idea that you can perform certain trades of work to a certain extent then disincentivizes the need to further your studies in the profession. But I think as one reflects on that, I think a lot needs to be done also to look at the education space, the learning sites and their role in ensuring that we progress through the various courses and also obviously the challenges around access to funding for furthering our education so that there's a higher incentive to get all of us to aspire to become professional architects. I think that that's a very important discussion to be had, and then around this, then work around the identification of work. So I'm highlighting that, Councillor Pailani, because it's something that I've picked up in your discussion as you speak. You know, the progression from being an architectural technologist and moving to a senior architectural technologist. I think that a lot more work will need to be done in incentivizing the attraction or the eagerness by many to want to progress through those stages. And perhaps that's some of the innovative thinking that should come out of the YP network as well, is to look at that challenge as well, because a lot of people are getting disillusioned as well in some instances with the profession, and that may be linked to the status of the economy and not always just about the profession itself. But I think it's something that we need to zoom in on maybe at a later point when we have another discussion. But I think the question that was being asked was really, you know, what does the journey look like for someone who's gone overseas and being accredited in another professional status, and what does it mean? How do you locate them at SECAP? What would they still need to do the 2 years apprenticeship? I don't know if you have any comments on that, or anyone else in the council, or even the registrar as well. I think that question came from I don't know, is it Lebu? I've missed the name. Yeah, I think it's Lebu Khan, if I'm correct. Yeah. Anyway, you can go ahead, sir.
Yes, Papama, thank you for highlighting that aspect. And we as SACAP take the issue of transformation very seriously. And we encourage our, our women, young women and the youth, to really to aspire to perform at the highest level. The current numbers we have of registered architectural practitioners, they aren't quite desirable, in that we would like to see more, of the previously marginalized forming a large part of those registered practitioners. So I agree with yourself in that, the engagement today isn't quite really about the various registration categories, but it's really about encouraging our young persons to strive to do more. Yeah. With regards to the query relating to Impendule, that she's now in a foreign country, and the issue of registration, perhaps the registrar can advise, because that query relates a lot more to the registration portfolio and committee. But to a large extent, Papama, I agree with yourself that we need to empower our young persons in the architectural space. Thank you.
I don't know if the registrar wants to take a bite.
Papama, I think your voice is very faint. If you could please just repeat the question for me again.
Okay, though this one registrar is about someone who, like Ipendule, is in Italy and has been able to write their professional exam there and is accredited at that level, and now is coming back into the country, and there's still the SACAP exam to get into, or the SACAP accreditation process to get into. Are there any concessions? Are there any, what is the take on from SACAP?
Well, I think currently, when you have foreign qualifications and you are able to demonstrate that you have written a PP exam that side, you are able to come through, and we've got a policy, we can register you. I think the requirements are not, I don't have the requirement with me currently, but I know that if you've got foreign qualifications, you don't have to do your PP exam and do your month-end record. All you need to do is to present all the information. SECAP can be able to engage with the foreign country, and also we have to engage with SAQA just to make sure that the qualifications are also equivalent to our local qualifications. But I'll get more information and share in the future.
Thank you so much, Registrar. I think that's very progressive. I think Ipendule, your hand is up. Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I was just from my side earlier this year, it was late last year, I actually had reached out to SACAP via inbox, and what was shared with me is similarly to what the previous gentleman who spoke, I didn't get his name, to what he
the registrar, Advocate Fuduli.
Yeah, the registrar. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's similar to what's just been shared, but what they did say to me in the response was, well, SACAP had the two options, which was if someone has been outside and they got registered and they'd worked for 5 years, then they have an option of writing their exam within 6 months of their return. Obviously, you don't have to do it within 6 months. You can choose to do it immediately. And then there was also, because I have not worked for 5 years. Yeah, I've spent half of my time as a student, and then the other half I was working towards my registration. And then they said, but then there's also, your master's is fine, but then there is also the option of the 2 years, and then you write the exam. But they couldn't give me the solid answer of whether I had the 6 months or I need to do the 2-year waiting. However, when I personally spoke to them or sent the message, my master's is recognized. They didn't say anything about it not being recognized. And this is me responding directly to the question and the question pop out. So when, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm hearing two good things. I'm hearing that there was a response, so SACAP was responsive in that regard. And I'm hearing that there is a kind of progressive outlook that tries to meet you halfway and recognize your qualification. So yes, I think at the core of this is a discussion around access to information. Do people who want to ask questions to SACAP, do they know where to go? Do they know how to find SACAP on the social media platforms? Do they email the registrar and other members of SACAP? And generally what I often hear in many of the spaces where professionals are in, whether it's WhatsApp groups or not, it's that SACAP is quite responsive. So the communication side of SACAP is quite good. So you shouldn't struggle to find the information that you need when you engage them. It's just a question of what kind of information do you need. So on that note, I want to say a big thank you to Councillor Vusipailane for that presentation. Thank you very much. I think a lot of us are going to digest that, and hopefully the young people can add their voices to that in discussion at a later stage. I think Akil is back. So Akil went to pray for all of us, which is exciting. And so he's bringing all those blessings back to the session. And I think I'm going to hand over to him, and he's going to bring on board Vuko. Can I hand over to you, Akil?
Can you guys see me? Yeah, I have returned. Yes, Papama.
Yes, we can see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Papama. And thank you to Councillor Vusi Palane for sharing invaluable information with us. Often the case is, as a student, you'll focus on things like ritual and axis and tectonics and whatnot, but you don't really understand where your syllabus comes from. A lot of it is actually derived particularly from the identification of works. The identification of works is allowing persons who are registered to see these are the competencies you need to be able to perform at or perform under. And these competencies that you have relate directly now to the influence over your curriculum. So it's quite important, although it is a lot of information to take in, for students to understand that such a thing exists. I am quite aware that we have been following the time very well so far. And for our next speaker who is coming on, Mr. Ruvugo Mkaka, who is coming on at 2:30, I'd like everyone to prepare a few questions, particularly on the student side of my class, a few questions to ask after the session. And I'd like you to pay attention carefully to how Mr. Mkaka has actually navigated his path in the architectural field, taking on from after his studies, how he's moved in and out of the field, woven in between, networked. And I think his example is something we can all learn from. I also like to say, Papama, I think that all the points that you've raised prior to this, particularly about transformation in the field and information about engaging previously excluded minorities or women or anything that was non-inclusive, I think SACAP has done quite a tremendous job in trying to transform the profession towards that. And Papama, everything you mentioned, I believe to be on point. What I'd also like to take into account is that many of the questions or many of the issues that have been raised during the session, it's not like there's going to be answers to all of the problems that have occurred. It's not like there's going to be solutions given now. The point is to initiate discussion so that collectively we can find a way towards generating an answer. Papama, I see you sharing a document on the screen for us.
Papama, I thought it might be useful for people to see some of the stats around registration while you speak. I'm going to unshare as soon as you start your next presentation.
Oh, sure. No, I think most definitely it's important to look at the statistics. It's also important for students to note that upon the completion of your studies and even during your studies, you do need to ensure that you understand what is going to happen to you as soon as you enter the working environment. Registering with a professional body allows you to become a professional that can now legally practice architecture under a mentor, or if you've written the professional practice exam on your own. So perhaps for students, again, who are not completely seeing the future of this, I think it's time to put yourself into perspective to realize what the field has to offer for you. And all of the mechanisms in place to allow you to operate at your full potential. As Papama shared on the screen, there are numbers, statistics for each of the designations: draftspersons, technologists, senior technologists, and architects. Now, when a student or someone who's a registered professional, just freshly graduated, has a question on the field, it's difficult to get answers sometimes. And sometimes you might not necessarily want to contact SACAP for fear of whether you perhaps look silly or whatever it is. The point of us coming together in settings like this is so that students can begin to familiarize themselves with their own people and try and provide those answers to the questions they have, like what is a monthly training record, or what are categories of designation, or what is identification of works. Students need to collectively get together to answer these kind of questions. And moving on from the idea of questions and answers, I'd like to now welcome Mr. Ruvugo onto the panel. Mr. Ruvugo, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Akil. Can you hear me?
He is here. I can hear you loud and clear, reporting. Thank you very much. Mr. Ruvugo, I'm not going to take up any more. Please inspire us, impart your wisdom, and we're looking forward to hearing you.
Thank you, Akil. Let me just start by thanking you, Akil, for having me on together with Papama. Thank you guys for hosting this really great initiative for young people. And I'd just like to commend SACAP together with you guys for initiating this initiative. I see it as a bridge between students and SACAP, which is very much needed. And I think SACAP is doing quite a lot to bring progress to the profession as a whole. And we want to commend them on that. Personally, I'd like to commend them on that. We see the progress that is being made, and we know it's not in vain. So thank you, Akil, and to Papama. All right. Today I'll be talking basically about my journey through academy, which is varsity and practice. But maybe I should just start with my background, who I am, where do I come from. My name is Luvuka. I'm from a small rural town in the Eastern Cape by the name Mthatha, but I grew up on the outskirts in a small village by the name Kogolweni, 12 kilometers outside of Mthatha. So I'm very much a rural boy, but I was fortunate enough to, my parents gave me quite a good foundation in terms of the opportunity to go to a school in the town of Mthatha by the name Holy Cross. And so that's where I went, I attended my high school and finished off my high school studies. Sorry, let me just switch off my camera so that, just give me a second. Okay. So I went to Holy Cross High School in Mthatha. That's where I finished off my before I then ventured off to the University of the NMMU, it was then called Nelson Mandela University, which is now known as NMU, Nelson Mandela University. At the time, it was still divided into PE Tech with it was on South Campus, the old UPE. So initially, when I started my studies, I was at the PE Tech. So, sorry, let me just go on to the next slide. All right. But maybe let me just backtrack a bit before going into my studies. How did I come to know about architecture, to study architecture? The first time I heard architecture, I was sitting outside our schoolyard, Holy Cross, with a friend, and we were just chatting. Then a nice car, a Benz. It was champagne in color. I'm not that good with cars, so I don't know the make or the model, but it was a very nice Mercedes-Benz. I think it was one of a kind in Mthatha, and it was a hatchback, very nice car. And it happened that this car came to pick up this friend of mine who I was sitting with. So I asked her, who is this chap who is driving a really nice car? And she said, that's my brother. So I asked, what does he do? And he said, he's an architect. And that's the first time I actually heard about the profession, the architecture profession. So later on, I set up a meeting with this guy to try and find out more about architecture. And it happened that, yes, it happened that he wasn't still practicing architecture as such. He had moved on to become a project manager, but he did tell me some stuff about art member now. But that was in grade 9. And from there, I sort of forgot about architecture. So fast forward to NMMU, started my studies in 2006. I hadn't done well at school because of various challenges I went through during my high school career, but I hadn't done well in my matric, so I had to do a bridging course where I did an art and design course at the NMU, which was actually by fluke, actually, because during that time, my parents were frantic trying to get me into varsity, come hell or high water, and it so happened I met a friend, introduced me to this course, and I happened to get in by hook. Course of that foundation course, we were given the opportunity, wanted to go into architecture or go into fine art or go into graphic design.
Just before the crown interchange, there are delays.
Okay, sorry, there's just someone noise disturbing me there. Okay, so in the course of that year, I realized that my strong point wasn't really very in art, even though I was quite let's say, an average type of artist. I knew that in graphic design or fine art, because there were guys who were really better, and I knew the type of funding you need in those careers. I'm gonna be able to have access to it, and the experience that I had with artists is that they were poor. So the logical choice was to go into architecture, which is the architectural technology course. So in 2007, I got into the technology course, which was a diploma in architecture. So first day at lectures, here I am sitting in class, and the lecturer standing at the front, and they say only half of you will first year. You know, sitting there at that moment, I wasn't really make of that, but yeah, that was the first thing that we heard. And during that year, I started to experience a sort of strange atmosphere. And this strange atmosphere, I could probably, the best way I could define it is probably institutional racism, but it wasn't so, you couldn't put your finger on it. But here we are in a class where there's 60% Black and the minority is white, mostly is Black in the class, because there was a sort of a mandatory quota that was being put in place in our course that there had to be Black people. So here we are sitting there, and they say half of the class is not going to make it. And when we look at half of the class, it's basically Black. Okay, so you can make out for yourself what that sort of meant. And so during the course of the course, I start to find out other things, you know, about the type of setup in our course, which is basically we as Black students were viewed, and this was made sort of, this became apparent in the way some lecturers used to speak. And I remember one particular lecturer who used to, during his lectures, they liked to tell stories about the good old days at the UPE and how they were before you came here. We're referring to the Black guys. And so we were in that type of atmosphere. So it was the first time actually that I'd been in a situation where there was actually white people and interacting with them. Although I had come from a background where interaction with white people, let's say, but we'd never been in a situation where you could feel there was some sort of tension, because coming from Umtata, which was the old Transkei, like I'd never experienced any type of racism up until I came to the varsity. So another thing that became apparent was that most of us were failing majors, and you would fail once or twice. And because of this, many of the guys who took the course actually dropped out, because obviously, if you fail once, you can sort of try and bounce. If you fail twice, then the costs of keeping yourself, or especially if your parents are paying, or if you're on a bursary, it becomes very difficult for you to varsity, because if you failed a module, you then had to repeat it for the whole year. If you failed a major, module for the whole year, and that would mean that you at school doing one module, but you have to pay the full rates for your residential accommodation, food, etc. So you're paying a huge sum to stay on campus, but you're only doing one module. So because of that reason, some of us didn't make it. And out of the guys that I was with, who were my friends, basically out of my close friends, it was only me who made it in the group that were into practice. I think we're a group of 4 or 5 friends. So that was the experience in my first year. And there were other struggles which were more resource-based, which is another big influence, I think, in the way I practice architecture today. Because I came from a family where my tuition, just the minimum amount of funding that was sufficient for me to at least at varsity and be able to carry on. But when it came to things such as buying materials for building models and actually going the extra mile in your presentations and really impress your lecturers, from my side and most of the friends I was with, you could only do basically the average. So you could only do to make it. And so when I got introduced to aided modeling, doing models completely fell away, because for me, it had a cost implication, you know, and so it was much easier and less costly for me to use computer aided modeling, which was doing 3D renderings instead of actually building models. So going on from third year, middle of second year, I stopped building models, went on to computer rendering. And so that was, let's say, one of the other struggles that I could say I experienced at varsity, which was on top of the high cost of higher education. And having had parents who were working, you couldn't get an NSFAS or something like that because your parents were working. So I had to rely on my parents to pay for everything. And so that was part of the experience. But I must say there were some really positive parts of my experience there. Never mind the education that I got, which was great. But in terms of the experience, you know, for the first time, here I was on a campus, green, next to the sea. You could walk to the beach, very nice, positive spatial environment where you could enjoy yourself, you know. And I really enjoyed that part about the varsity, you know, student life, being able to enjoy the access to amenities, which is something that I'd never had before in Umtata, having grown up in the rural areas and then grown up in a old homeland town, which was deteriorating. no really nice positive spaces. And for me, that was one of the highlights and positive experiences that I experienced at the varsity. And so I moved on from the NMU to do my bachelor's at the University of Johannesburg, which did my bachelor's in architecture technology, and which was quite another different, sort of a different experience, or it was quite a contrasting experience as to what I experienced at the NMU, having been undergraduate, really unexperienced and a novice at a lot of things. When I came to do my bachelor's now in UJ at the University of Johannesburg in 2015, I think it was quite a great experience this time around. Firstly, because when I came into that course, what the lecturer said on the first day of varsity was totally different to what I'd experienced at the NMU. The professor stood there and he said to us that he was going to do his best to make sure that all of us pass. This was a very welcome encouragement. And I'm happy to say that he did exactly that. He made sure that most of us did make it through and supported us. And the nice experience about this this point of my studies was that I now had a little bit of experience in practice. And so I was more open to asking questions. I wasn't as intimidated in class as I used to be when I was doing my undergraduate. And I had a bit of knowledge and I could share stuff. So it was a great experience. But that being said, it was a different type of struggle now. The struggle was more now for time. It was a struggle for money. It was a struggle for advancement. It was a struggle for skills and knowledge, and to really make something out of myself and to progress in the profession. And so I had to pay my own way during this course. And fortunately at the time, I was employed in quite a good contract. And so I was able to make it through that year, studying part-time, and fortunately had the money to pay my fees through that course of that year. And I then got more encouragement from the professor who was heading up that course, who then really encouraged us that we should go on to do our master's degrees and continue our academic studies. And so from that point, we then started working together with him to prepare my proposal and to then for me to enroll to do my master's, which I then subsequently did in 2017. But I'll talk about that later. Okay, then let me move on to my journey in practice. I think it's been quite an experience for me to practice architecture in the Eastern Cape. And I don't think things have happened the way I thought I would have liked them to happen. I remember when we were in varsity, we had big dreams that, in fact, one of my dreams was that I'd move to Cape Town, I'd work in a fancy firm, and I'd make a lot of money and I'd drive a convertible, and I would I'd really live the life. And when I got into practice, it wasn't as glitz and glam as I thought it would be. Firstly, because I sort of struggled to get a job initially, but I'll come to that later. I think the first thing I'd like to just point out is there's a need in architecture studies for more awareness, particularly in the Eastern Cape. I wasn't really exposed to what architecture was. I wasn't really exposed to what I would do as an architectural professional. I sort of learned things along the way. And I think one of the most shocking things that I learned, as I got into practice was that an architectural technologist was not an architect. You know, it took me a while to sort of come to the realization and the knowledge of this, that an architectural technologist was not an architect. And I think a lot of people, in fact, my experience has been here in the Eastern Cape that a lot of young people do not necessarily know what the difference is between the various categories of the architectural professionals. And I've had quite a few young people come into my office. Typically, they come to me, they've been sent by their school on a mission to shadow someone, whose job they'd like to have one day. And so I get young people walk into my office and they say, hey, can I shadow you for a day? I'd like to know what an architect means. And they all think I'm an architect. And so I need to then explain to them, no, actually, I'm not an architect, and go through the motions with them about the differences in categories. And so I start with the obvious question is, have they applied for the course? And some of them have, and some of them haven't. And I asked them, so what type of architectural professional do you want to be? And some are hearing that for the first time. In fact, I haven't come across any young person who's come to me knowing that there's various categories of architectural practice. And so they just say they want to become an architect. And so I have to then take them through the various categories that, no, look, if you want to be an architect, this is what you need to apply for. There's a BAS and there's a diploma. And so I sort of try to enlighten them on that. Well, it's surprising that they don't know, but how could they know the differences? Because I myself didn't know what the differences were until I was in practice. I didn't fully understand the difference even when I was in practice until I realized that there was certain work that I could not do. And that was when the revelation hit me that I was not an architect. And this sort of, for a while, sort of bogged me down, you know, that I wasn't an architect and I couldn't call myself that. And so I sort of even started to doubt myself, what I could do and what I couldn't do. And it was quite an adjustment period in terms of understanding my part in the profession. And so I think what I'm getting at is that there's a big need for awareness, you know, regarding architecture studies and the governing body, SACAP, together with ALSs, I think should put more work into really making young people, students aware of and I'm glad that Mr. Pailani was on this webinar explaining the IDOW and the different categories, etc. I think not too many people know that. I mean, even the clients that we serve are not really very much aware of the different types of categories that are in practice. And so there needs to be an awareness drive. And for me, especially in the Eastern Cape, I think Papama did mention that, you know, there's only one ALS in the Eastern Cape that provides architecture. And, and many people are not well versed in what architects do. Basically, people just know us as plan drawers, and they don't really see the value of what we bring to the table. And so that being said, let me move on to the next part of my journey, which was my mentorship part of my practice journey. I think for me, this was one of the most difficult parts of my architectural journey, because firstly, I hadn't had, I think, sufficient guidance and support in terms of what mentorship was really about. And so it's only when I was in practice that it became obvious to me what mentorship was about. And I once again want to say, probably the universities or ALSs can do much more in also talking to young professionals about basically preempting what's actually required for students in terms of mentorship. And it's really sad that now we're seeing some of the ALSs are doing away with the internship that used to happen in the old technical varsities or colleges. And that's a very important part, I think, of the professional journey, because that's where you learn for the first time. You've had office practice as a module in theory, but that's the first time you're introduced to office practice when you go on your internship. And so it looks to me as though, even though SACAP requires us to have that mentorship period where we are registered as candidates in order to register as professionals, I think mentorship is required way before you even get to that, so that you can at least have the knowledge to be able to make the right decisions. And ideally, that mentorship should actually start before you enroll to study architecture, and should continue during your varsity years, right up until you start your internship. And so in that regard, I would say to some extent, my architectural education was somewhat incomplete, or maybe I just didn't pay enough attention, maybe at varsity, because there were a lot of other very interesting things happening, so I could have missed it. But that being said, I think there's a great need to make students aware of the need for mentorship. And so I continued with my studies and finished that, went into my internship, did my training, which was sort of my initial work experience. We were required by the varsity to at least do 6 months in order for us to graduate. And this was very useful. And it was an eye-opener in terms of the difference between varsity and actual practice. And so I remember on my first day at work, I was at the office. The principal said to me, "You're a technician, right?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "So here's your computer, do your work." And that was it. I had to sort of find my way around. And he gave me to one gentleman who I could ask anything if I needed any help. And so, again, I think during that phase, there wasn't a sufficient support and guidance for me to be able to really understand what the mentorship was about in terms of practice. All right. Despite this, I went on to finish. When I'd finished my studies, as I said, I went on into practice, and sorry, let me just backtrack there. I think I lost my train of thought, and just finish on the mentorship with the young people. So, in terms of the mentorship with the young people, I think there's that varsity phase, there's that phase where you go into internship, and then there's the actual mentorship when you start practicing. And that's what I'm gonna get into now. And for me, this wasn't a smooth road in terms of getting that mentorship part, because after I'd finished my my internship, I couldn't get a job. And in not getting a job, I had to find other opportunities, you know, in order to move forward in my career. And this led me to a path that I never thought I would end up in. But and it was a very stressful time, because when you're not able to get a job, you really start to question a lot of things, and you end up in doing things that are not necessarily for your good. So here I was in Umtata, jobless, and I'd found myself now living back at home in Kogolweni without a job. And I had to find a way forward. And fortunately for me, I had been very lucky that whilst I was busy with my internship with the architect that I was working at in PE, he happened to send me to Umtata before my internship ended to work in the Umtata office. And during that time, I was doing government work for his company, but at the same time, I was able to do my own private projects, which I had been commissioned by a certain gentleman who needed help from me. And this was the second part of, let's say, my mentorship journey. And the reason why I came into this point was, firstly, while I was working for the other architect, I was totally, let's say, almost unattended to. And so there was no one to guide me on how things were supposed to work. And fortunately, I was fortunate enough not to make major blunders, because at least the tuition that we had received at varsity was pretty good, and it was sufficient for me to be able to do my work, do the research that needed to be done, and to produce But in terms of growth, there was a lot lacking. So here I was in Umtata, and now I had no job. I'd finished my internship. I'm sitting at home. I'd met this gentleman through my father, who worked for the Department of Public Works. He had come into the architect's office while I was still working for the architect, and he was doing his own private residential work, even though he was working for Public Works and he was registered. He was an old school type of architectural professional, and he needed my help in terms of computer aided drawing skills. And so while I was doing my internship, I was helping him with that on the side. And so when I found myself without a job, I continued doing work for him. And it is during this time that I saw another opportunity, which was I could actually be a subcontractor to other architectural professionals. And so this is what I did, you know. I worked for whoever would subcontract work to me, and I'd do the work and I'd submit it to that professional. And that's how I lived. And it was a very hard time because I think there was also quite a bit of exploitation involved. I wasn't paid that much. I remember there was a time that in 1 month, I'd actually received only 500 rands, been paid 500 rands for doing a submission drawing. And this was now in a market. And I think this guy at the time also was probably charging around about between 1,000 and 3,000 rand to do residential plans. And this was in a market where the building control officers were dictating the prices because they were actually doing private work themselves for spare, let's say for pocket money. And they were doing this in their spare time and getting the spare change just for themselves to have extra money. And so here we were in a market where all plans were going from as low as 1,000 to about 3,000 rand. And this is the market where I was in. And so it's during this time that I had to look to other avenues. And you'll see in the picture there, it's me and my cousin wearing overalls. And we actually, by chance, came across quite a lucrative business, which was a grass cutting business. We called it a fancy name. We said it was landscaping. It was a landscaping business, but actually it was just me and him cutting grass and doing people's gardens. And so what we would do is we would travel into town, into the suburbs, and we'd go door to door, actually presenting our services. And this is what we did for a while. And it was a really a difficult time, but it was a very good learning curve for me because during that time I also started to learn entrepreneurial skills, you know, and so we continued doing that. And I remember one time going into one suburb and I actually met some of the friends I used to go to school with in a suburb called Southernwood, and we were there cutting grass at this guy's house, and they were actually laughing at us and saying, I thought you were an architect. Why are you here cutting grass? And it's something that we, I had to put up with. It was painful times, but it was part of the journey. And I remember one time, I was fortunate enough that my father bought me a car when I started practicing. And so I had a small little bakkie that we used for a landscape business. And I remember one time funds were so low that I didn't have petrol in my car. And I actually had to put in petrol. At the time, a liter used to cost 9 Rand, and I had to put in 1 liter of petrol because that's all the money I had. And I had to then pray that that would be enough to get us home. And so I stopped at the fuel station and I asked, because I was so embarrassed to say I wanted petrol for 9 Rand. I said, can you please put in a liter for me? And that was the experience, and it was hard times, but I think it really contributed to the person that I am now. And it is from this background that I now say that I've had a very unconventional mentorship. And I think it's something that we as young people need to really consider, that it's not going to be that dream that we have when we are in varsity. It might not be like that for all of us. And we need to be really enterprising in our outlook, you know, and look at the more unconventional ways of getting around the challenges that we face. And for me, it came to a point where I said to myself, it was either I gave up or I worked with what I have. And so in that, it's amazing that when you decide to do something, you start to become lucky, and you meet people who help you along the way. And so to me, over time, it became evident that if you don't have the ideal, do what you can. And in doing what you can, you are more likely to meet the opportunity on the way. And so that is how I continued from that time in 2012, doing work that was being subcontracted to me by other professionals and doing the landscaping. As I did that, things started to pick up in terms of doing work for other professionals. And eventually we actually stopped doing the landscaping business because I didn't have time to do it. And I actually hired some other boys to continue with it. But unfortunately, it had to die its death at some point, and it came to an end at some point. But in 2013, I was fortunate to work with a particular architect who was based in East London, who subcontracted work to me, and also agreed to undertake my mentorship for professional registration. And this is where I say the unconventional mentorship sort of continues, in that we were in different locations, and this was basically mentorship on paper via the phone, and it was not necessarily in person or in office type of mentorship. And I think for me, as much as that was helpful to me, and this gentleman was very helpful, it was not the ideal in terms of growth, but it's all that I had, and I had to take advantage of it. So in doing work for him, I really learned a lot. And in 2014, the same gentleman subsequently introduced me to a hospital project in Matatiele, which is where I'm based now, in the Eastern Cape. He needed someone on the ground on the same project that I'd been working with him on. He needed an architectural clerk of works, and to go and oversee the quality and be his eyes and ears on the ground. So he then appointed me to go and do that function for him. And I moved to this small town, and I did this work, and my mentorship continued. And for me, this was one of the, I think, the most instructive phases of my career, because I was on site most of the time. And for the first time, I was actually able to now marry drawing together with construction. Yes, I had been thoroughly taught in architectural, or let's say in construction and detailing at schools, which is something which I was quite very good at, doing detailing. But in terms of the actual physical or the practical part of it, which was on site, I hadn't had much experience in it. And so being on site and working with a contractor, working with engineers on site was really instructive for me. And I think it's the greatest opportunity that I've received in my career. And so here I was in the small town, and during the time I started to see that there was actually, yes, there was architectural work happening in the town, but there were no architectural professionals, and there was quite a number of unregistered persons who were taking advantage of the situation in the town. It is then again where I was presented with the opportunity to move my career forward. And it's at this point that I started to consider starting my own practice, which was a formal practice, Imizekeliso, Pty Ltd. Prior to that, I had been I had work subcontracted to me via a sole proprietor, which was the LVK Technical Designs, which was I was then being paid by other professionals through that business to do work for them. But here I was now presented with an opportunity to actually look at pursuing my own, let's say, formal business. And fortunately, by the time I realized this, I was just at the end of my candidacy with SACAP, and I qualified as a registered professional, registered architectural professional in 2016. And at the same year, I then opened my company, Imizekeliso, and started to operate it in Matatiele. And so that was the journey that I undertook, really unplanned, just going with the flow. And there was really the one part I decry would be a lack of structured mentorship. And I had to do everything by trial and error. I had to find my own way. But however, I really thank God that there have been those individuals who have helped me along the way to put together the pieces of my scattered experience. And so I got my different phases of training in different places, you know. And so I put together those pieces that made up the eventual completion of my candidacy. And so through my scattered experience and my insufficient internship at my initial employments, the gentleman at Mtata who worked for Public Works, through the architect from East London, and through a project manager who I worked with at the hospital here in Matatiele, and the resident engineer was in site, I was able to really get an all-rounded experience of architecture in the building construction environment. And those people I'm really grateful for, because it is because of them that I was able to get to the place where I'm at now. And I'll forever be indebted to them. And on top of that, I think the one thing that has also been quite instrumental, after having being registered as a professional, I was then introduced to CPD. And it's quite interesting that, okay, maybe it's a point that maybe I need to raise, that I never knew about CPD until I became registered as a professional, because it's only then where I started to receive communications from SACAP about continuing professional development, workshops, etc. And maybe it's another part that the governing bodies together with the ALSs can look at, which is to introduce students to the process of continuing professional development, and or even just exposing them that to the idea that there are such workshops and avenues for acquiring knowledge, because that for me has been also quite pivotal in my progress as a professionals, because it's through CPD that I've been able now to actually really start to develop myself and my knowledge in terms of practice and being a professional. And it's also where I've met more individuals who've continued to help me along the journey, and which has brought me to where I am now. And where I am now is I'm still running my business. It's a small business, and basically I'm the sole director, and I'm based in Matatiele and doing work in this region. And through the CPD, I've been able to increase my knowledge in order to be able to practice better. And I've met people who've been able to also help me along to the extent that I've been introduced to various voluntary associations through the help of these individuals, and am now sitting as the current president of the South African Institute of Building Design. And so I think there's quite a lot of opportunity if we are willing to put on our overalls and look at the unconventional ways that we could practice architecture. And I think also at some point some of us need to forget about the glitz and the glam of the profession and just get down to doing the hard work, which is, I think, if we are willing to do that along the way, we might be fortunate enough to meet the glitz and the glam. And I think at this point, I can say I'm at the end of my presentation, and there's just 3 things that I would like to put forward to SACAP and the ALSs to basically consider in terms of the academic part of architecture and practice. We really, I think as a profession, really need to prioritize awareness in the architecture profession. And that's awareness in terms of what architecture is and the various types of practice or categories of practice in architecture. And this should be done very, very early as high school, as early as varsity, and as early as the internship phase. And secondly, there needs to be a really concerted effort to facilitate the mentorship part of practicing architecture. And this, I think for me, is one of the challenges that we face, because not everyone is able to get mentorship. But I think it's something that we all need to really consider with priority. I know SACAP has talked about working on mentorship, but I'm just saying it's something that we need to think about, especially as the YP initiative. Also, lastly, would be creating access to resources, access to higher education in terms of architecture, and access to practice, which is maybe I should put it like this: there's a difference when you work for a huge architectural company, and there's a difference when you work for a small architectural company. And yes, in a small company, you might be exposed to doing more things, but when you work at a bigger company, you get a chance to be exposed to correct processes of operation. And for me, I've had to learn the processes of operations the hard way. And thank God for CPD and being able to do research on things. I've been able to learn for myself how to operate. But a huge part of this is being able to access the knowledge that practices that are doing well have. That is the one place that we can draw a lot of experience from people who have been working in the industry for a long time, who have paid their dues and are able to guide and support the young people in the right way. I think I will stop there, Mr. Papama. Sorry, Mr. Akil, I will stop there.
No worries. No worries. No, Nuvugo, I don't actually want you to end. I wish you could go on to share your experiences with us. But please, I think everybody, if there's an emoji for a clap on the student side, everyone, I'd like to give you as well a round of applause on your journey, which I'll comment on just now.
Thank you, Akil.
Thank you, Mr. Mkaka. Nuvugo, just listening to your story, there's many points I'd like to highlight before I begin my section, and I'm sure there's many questions that everyone would like to ask. So I'm going to try to finish my segment a little bit earlier, so we can engage some of those questions before the thanks goes out. Mr. Nuvugo, you started off as with your inspiration from an architect/project manager with a champagne color Mercedes. That kind of kicked off this journey, and this inspiration and momentum that was built from seeing that sort of inspired your movement and influenced it as well. You then went on to your bridging course at NMU and your so-called passing by on what architecture is. And you mentioned these challenges in the beginning about institutional racism, struggle for resources, access to amenities. In the beginning, it sounds as though it was a very difficult uphill battle. But then when you progress towards the postgraduate portion of your studies, there was a progression and a transformation. That link between the beginning and the end of your studies was such a beautiful balance that you had, going from someone telling you can't do it to someone saying, I will do everything to ensure that you can make it. What a beautiful way of complementing your story. These two opposing ideas kind of working out in the end. And then moving on to the dilemma which many students find themselves in, not knowing what architecture is about, and this adjustment period to knowing, okay, when I graduate and I haven't finished 5 years of study, I'm not looking at myself as a technologist or a draftsperson, not an architect, and what my limitations are. There's that self, as you mentioned, you're doubting because you weren't an architect and people considering you as a plan drawer. That is a very real transition space from a graduate moving to the working world, particularly for those at undergraduate qualifications. And then you mentioned the ideas of an unconventional internship, where you spoke about highlighting where you highlighted insufficient support. And then you told us a very moving story about how when you only had enough money for 1 liter of petrol, and the kind of feelings around that, whether it was embarrassment or whatever it was, that really, it allows students to see that even when the difficult strides are taken towards finishing your studies, there's more hurdles ahead. But the beautiful thing you mentioned is that if it wasn't for that, you wouldn't be where you are today. And that is a lesson of paramount importance, that students realize it's not going to get easier, but you are going to get tougher and you're going to get stronger, because it's the decisions that you take that build character. I'd say in overall, the story you've shared with us is a story which shared messages of gratitude, humility, and character building. That's maybe the 3 major themes I'd identify from everything you shared. Not that there weren't others, but these were the 3 major ones that for myself I'd take. And if I could make a meme right now with a picture of you on it, like the one that says, let's talk more action, I would make a meme saying, based on your words you mentioned, do not fear hardship. Desire and forge development and the strength to overcome it. That I think that is a key line, because you shouldn't fear hardship. It should be something that you need to embrace. And I think, moreover, a better perhaps meme about that would be, if you do not have the ideal, do what you can. I think that was a beautiful statement that you've made, and it's so true. Looking to also what you mentioned, the sooner you start, the better. Starting all the way from high school, getting mentorship earlier, or starting on your own journey while a student, perhaps trying to have a sideline business, as you mentioned, the landscaping company. It's so important that students try and delve into these things very early in their careers. The thing I'd like to mention as a positive note to what you said, there's generally, and this can be considered as a fact. Sorry, whoever is there, please put yourself on mute who's just joined. Okay, continuing. What can be considered as a fact is that it is difficult. Mentorship is a difficult thing. Mentorship for MTR, for monthly training records, mentorship to complete your candidacy, mentorship for a student coming out of varsity, mentorship for a high school student going into varsity is difficult. So I'd also be pleased to mention that SACAP has actually done well in trying to accommodate this. Earlier this year, myself and SACAP, or not myself, the organization, an architect in SACAP, had embarked on a journey together to try to get high school students more aware of what the field is about. And if anyone is interested, they are more than welcome to have a look at the Facebook page at An Architect South Africa to see what this is about, and also to follow SACAP's Facebook page, because we are trying to get this link between high school and university together, where students can become aware of what the field is about and continue this guidance to their studies. But this is mainly focused between high school students and university students. And that's why here, the students that we speak here, irrespective of the institution you are from, private or public, Care for All or University of Pretoria, because these are the 2 institutions I'm aware at this moment in time who are here in the audience. University of Johannesburg, University of NMU, Nelson Mandela University, wherever you are, public or private, it's important now that you guys take the baton forward in saying, okay, we can try to get high school and university together. What about once you finish university and you go into the working world? What happens thereafter? And that's the next portion that needs to be grappled with. But Mr. Mkaka, I think that everything you've mentioned, these are valid points, and these are things that we all have to work on together. So again, I'm going to just conclude my summary in your session with that beautiful phrase you had: if you do not have the ideals, then do what you can. And I think that was the main. Thank you, Mr. Mkaka. I'm going to ask you to just stop sharing your screen for a moment. And then I will continue. Papama, would you like to add anything else to Mr. Mkaka's story or experience?
Always just a big thank you to Luvuko for that story. I think that story just sums up all the other things that we've been discussing in bits and pieces. And it's a very rich evolutionary journey that I think we're going to take a lot from for this process. Yeah, it requires a lot of reflection. It's quite a heavy story, man, but I think it's something that we all relate to. And I think the take homes there are the question of access. The access point just kept on coming, and the awareness. And I know that Ntokozo and other people on the team are doing a lot in terms of career expos and so on. But I think there's a lot more thinking and that needs to go into that to look at how we improve this question of access and awareness at high school level and so on. So I think we're very rich to have Luvuko as a voice.
Yeah, I agree. We've been very honored to have Luvuko here. And as well as all of our speakers as well that we've had today, I think there were so many rich insights, whether it's from Italy to South Africa, or whether it's been from Mtata to Cape Town, whether it's from here to there, wherever it was a beautiful spread of experience that we've handled. So I'm actually just going to take about 4 minutes. Well, I guess that's about my time slot left to conclude on my side for the closure of this particular webinar we've had. Now I see we've lost some soldiers in the battle in the attendees, but to those who are still remaining, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for taking the time out of your calendar to be here with us to ask the questions. I know there are more questions coming in. We'll try to get to them as best we can. But there is undoubtedly, and I'm now looking at the camera so everybody can, I'm looking at you. There's undoubtedly a need for a young South African architects network, or a YPAI. For years, architects around the globe have grouped themselves to form organizations aimed at the betterment of the profession. Organizations like SAIA, South African Institute of Architects, the UIA, the International Union of Architects, NOMA, or NOMA, National Organization of Minority Architects, that's in America, and more have managed to bring together a unified vision of what the field holds for its members, present and future. At present, at this moment now, such networks exist for the registered professional, someone who is after undergraduate, you have a diploma, a degree, something exists for you, for them, but none for the aspiring ones who are high school students and students that are still studying. Students in South Africa lack a formalized network under which knowledge can be exchanged. Bridges between tertiary studies and the working world can be built, and this will allow us to develop as professionals if we can try to get from the tertiary environment to the working environment. Economics in architecture, transformation in the field, and a move towards a more technocentric education are some of the most widely debated topics at tertiary institutes, without a direct outcome or a platform to effect meaningful change. So through harnessing the power of the connectivity from the internet, the youth are able to unite the field as none have done before, reach to the most remote schools on the map, uplift the uninformed student, and empower the aspiring learner to join and reimagine the future of our profession. So I now, in this final segment, myself, Papama, SACAP, everyone on this team, would like to invite you, the youth, to join us in reintroducing and reinventing the field, reinventing the role of the architectural designer. What does an architect do? How does an architect do it, and why should they do it? What should we learn in the architectural curriculum, and what happens after you graduate? We're trying to establish a network for students and young professionals alike. But it's not only for us who are here today to drive it, but it's up to you as the youth to spread the message amongst the architectural professionals, the young architectural professionals, and the students, whether you are currently studying or still currently studying or still upcoming. It's up to you all to take this forward. And so we are looking to see you all following the SACAP page, SACAP's page, to see the updates continuously coming in on what all of us together are trying to collectively and collaboratively establish as we try to create this young architectural professionals network. We won't have all the answers, and nor do we have all the answers at hand. We won't be able to develop all the answers in a few months, nor will we do it over years. But collaboratively, if we work together, we might just end up coming closer than we've ever been before. So I ask and I implore all students to begin networking amongst themselves, to follow SACAP's page, to follow voluntary association, to start forming committees amongst yourselves towards working on a more connected, collaborative future, so that there is a future for our industry. We can have mentorship without a profession, and or rather, let me rather say, if we have mentorship, That is good, but we also need to think about the future of the profession. What does it mean to be an architect practicing in a new age? So we need to have both. We need to have introduction and innovation of ideas, as well as mentorship, getting students to these places. And we need you all to assist us and help us in driving this forward. At this moment in time, we are now about 20 minutes away from the end of our session, and I'm about 5 minutes early on my completion. I'd like to actually just call on Vice President, once again, Mrs. Strongway, to leave a vote of thanks and closure, and we'll take the last few questions after that. Is that okay with everyone, or should we rather take the questions first?
I think Vice President can guide us on that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think if there are no questions, it's okay. I can help wrap up.
Please up your volume, ma'am.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Am I better audible?
Yeah, getting better.
Yes.
Getting better.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Thanks. I think I can help to wrap up this session. This has been an incredible day, and sure, Luvuko's story, amazing. Oh, you know, firstly I thank you for telling such an incredible story in the most honest way, because you know your story is really just clearly an example that one will make it. You will make it. You know, the architectural student coming out of university and the young professionals now, you should know that firstly you are designed by our gods, the universe, to thrive. So if you already know that you're going to thrive, if you wake up and if you pitch, you will make it. And in how Luvuko went in his lovely, long, convoluted journey, what was consistent in his story was not giving up. You know, you just got to wake up. Every day, if you wake up and if you do your best for the day, you help your friends, you help someone in need of advice or a favor, somehow in all of that, the universe will weave it that you start getting to your light and your glimpses of success. I mean, look, I finished, I started first year in 1999, believe it or not. Yes, in 1999 at TUT. And I was the only Black female in my class. I think there were 70 people. I remember deciding that I'm gonna hang around with the Black guys. And then I remember come June, they said to me, listen, Tabi, you need to find yourself some females to hang around with, because you know you're gonna slow us down and we're gonna cut you. So in any case, I found myself some females to hang around with. But needless to say is that all those males that had cut me off, they eventually dropped out. And as time went on, I finished my master's and I was a, oh my God.
Ms. Strongway, I think we lost you, Vice President. Are you still there? I think we lost the Vice President there, but we'll wait for her to come back. Whilst we wait for her to come back, I'm going to just address some of the questions that we have here. There's many thanks coming out to you, Luvuko, just to tell you thank you for sharing your story with us. Papama, would you like to perhaps tackle the first question that mentions the student from CPUT? I see CPUT is also joining us. Thank you for attending.
Okay, the first question from CPUT, sorry, I need to follow that. It's in the...
Okay. Yes, no, I don't think it's actually a question. I think it's more saying that someone mentioned after listening to the talk, they're actually privileged to have. Okay. Would you like to maybe just share some feedback on it?
Balance between tech and... Yeah, I mean, this is the one, I think maybe it's responding to that point that Luvuko made about feeling less valued as a technologist in the sector versus being a professional architect. And I think it's the point that I was making to Councillor Pailana's presentation, that what we need to get right as a profession, we need to first agree that we want professional architects, right? We want people who have gone on and done even their master's program and got the PR arch, right? That's our true north, if you like. And the point to be made is that all these other tiers are essential in becoming a comprehensively sound architect in the end. But I think we want everyone to go through those paces and phases. But obviously, there are challenges along the way. Some of the constraints exist in the education system. Some of the constraints exist at tertiary level. As Luvuko says, you fail 3 times, and if you don't have the resources, you drop out. So the level of inertia in the system is quite problematic. And then we then have issues that end up disincentivizing us aspiring to get to a PR arc level. But as this gentleman says, or as a lady, Lebogang, I'm not sure, from CVUT, when you possess the technologist's skills, you already have something great to offer. And I think that one of the other things that we need to reflect on is, as I read in the Rodney Harbour text in the beginning, the emergence of the schools of architectural technology post-1994 at some point also leave us with a very contested expression in terms of what is the nature of the architectural profession that we want for this sector. You know, so there were tensions between the eternal class battle between the degree holder and the diploma holder. I think that a lot of students bore the brunt of those battles that took place between academics. There was a sense that you were not architect enough if you didn't do a degree versus if you did a technology program. And I think that we're in a terrain now when you look at 4IR, you look at post-COVID, where I think being a technologist is an important thing. As I said, when I went back to the talk that I had with Al Stratford said, architecture is art, science, culture, and technology, right? So all those 4 pillars. And we find that in different schools, there's an orientation that prioritizes some more than others. So where do you then go find this balance to make up for those things that you didn't get in your architectural learning site? And I think we saw that in Luvuko's story. But I think it goes back to his principle of doing what you can with what you have where you are, and what Vice President was saying, that if you continue along that journey, you might just actually be able to find the other pieces that are missing to the puzzle of your journey. And I think for me, it goes without saying, Akil, to everyone, that there's lots of opportunities still in the sector. I think that a lot of firms are being challenged to explode their thinking beyond how they are currently structured, and maybe then they'll be able to capture some of the emerging markets in that space. And I think we need to think beyond the borders of our country in terms of the work we need to do. Someone like Inam in Cape Town working for Mass Group gets involved in projects that are in Rwanda and the like, So I think with the Africa Free Trade Agreement being around, the Luvukos should then be the ones who say, we have been through the toughest time through our own personal journeys, but we've built the necessary resilience to be the mentors that the other guys will need. So Luvuko has to stand up and be a mentor in some level, because his organic journey can inform so many other people's struggles and help them navigate emerging markets also on the continent. And I think it's an interesting time. So to have that kind of digital presence to also transact globally, I think those things are quite possible. But I think, through this kind of engagement and through SACAP and the help from SACAP and other stakeholders, we can begin to navigate and explore those for our young people. But lastly, Akil, I want to say, as people who possess these qualifications, who have been taught in these schools of architecture, we possess quite a fluid and adaptable capability to use our very, very innovative skill sets across any discipline, across any profession. So we are probably some of the most adaptable people that we will find. And so we shouldn't take that lightly. If it means teaching English online for a while you're still trying to find work in the profession in its conventional sense, maybe that's what you need to do. And maybe if it's gardening that you need to do, if it's cutting grass that you need to do, but it's all about keeping that dream alive. All right, thank you. I think I've spoken too much.
No, not at all, Babama. So to everyone who is still here and remaining, from the panelists to the students to the young professionals who have joined, I thank you very much for taking the time out of your day to have us. I'm going to hand over back to Mrs. Strongway to complete her closing remarks. Nice to have you back.
Yes, no, thank you, Akil. I'm so sorry for that. I think, yeah, with the time lost, but all I just want to say is that the universe, you must believe that your gods and the universe are all conspiring in your favor. It's all meant for you to succeed. I mean, like as I was saying, that you got to take it from somebody where the guys in the class were laughing at me saying that I'm not going to make it. My lines look like wool to be top of my class. And I got to work for small practices, extremely small practices like Luvuko was saying, and also got to work for big companies like the biggest practice. And at the same time, then I was also retrenched in 2010, and that was the best thing that ever happened to me. So you might even lose your job in these processes. And I said it was the best thing that happened to me because I was one of those people that had finished my master's, but I decided I'm gonna work and spend money and get paid salary and not do my professional registration. So it caught up with me and I had to sit down and make sure that I do my professional registration to become a registered architect. Now, nonetheless, then I bought a door and I made a table. And right then and then my practice began, and I subsequently grew and grew to eventually hiring 6 people and owning an office in Midrand before COVID. Now, one thing that I'm going to tell you that is so vitally important about making sure that you become registered, you must get registered with SACAP, and you must keep up your professional registration because you do not know when opportunity is going to knock on your door. And when it knocks, you can't say, well, look, I can draw, I can design, I'm good, I'm really good, I can do what they do, it's just that I'm not registered. You don't need that. At that time, people are going to ask you, yes, but ma'am, where's your paperwork? So you need to be able to be elegant about it. Then pull out your certificate. You don't need to say anything and you get the work. Now I'll tell you, soon I was, after my retrenchment, I studied for the board exam. I failed it the first time and then I was very sad and I was crying and my father said, you got to respect the profession. What did you think? What were you hoping? SACAP was just going to pass you? No, it doesn't work like that, my girl. Go back again and study. I studied and I passed. Now, after that, as time went on, then I got the opportunity. Somebody asked me, have you done a clinic before, a 24 million rand clinic? And I'd never done a clinic. And I was like, yeah, I've done it. I can do a clinic, give it to me. And then they said, ma'am, are you going to be done with this thing in about 4 or 5 months with full on working drawings? And I was like, yeah, give it. Meanwhile, I hadn't. So I decided I'm just going to go for it. And then like Luvuka says, all you just got to do is just to be in there, plug in, sit at your table, which is your door. Yes, the door opens the table and the table becomes the door. But nonetheless, before you know it, you get in a year later, you get paid 1 million and you don't even know how it came. So you got to keep up your professional registration with your professional bodies. I thank all the panelists for today. And yes, we see that we're losing soldiers as we're going on, but this is such an incredible platform. Remain connected with your colleagues, network amongst yourselves, help your friends, because when you help your friend on a project, you do not know where that project is going to lead, and those becomes your future contacts. And up until today, you find that a person gets phone calls from people from 15 years ago that were your classmates. I just really want to thank the organizers of this platform. I want this to repeat again, and we need to have more youth. We need to get more answers, and SACAP at the same time, we challenge ourselves to be able to answer your questions and to make the profession to be conducive. President, I thank you, Councillor Mandisa and Councillor Vusi, for being together with our colleagues today. In fact, you're not our youth, you are our colleagues, because tomorrow we'll be consulting with yourselves. So thank you so much. And Akil, thank you. I know you went through for your prayer session and you prayed for us. So thanks for your time. And yes, everybody, this has been spectacular. I've been so touched. I mean, all of you have what it takes from what we've been hearing. I'm not even worried. It's just a matter of years and time. You're all gonna make it. This architecture belongs to all of you. Have a good weekend and remain blessed. And we should do this again. Registrar, we've got to do this again. All right then. Thank you, Akil. And
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Strongway. And Papama, I'd just like to bring you back here so we can all have a look at your beautiful face, Papama. Just to close, I'd like to thank SACAP for their very supportive stance on what Papama and I had been discussing and for the progressive direction. And I'd also like to show my appreciation to CAT for All for setting up this the infrastructure which allowed me to host a session from the premises. Papama, you there?
Yeah, Akil, thank you very much. And thank you to SACAP. Thank you, Advocate Fiduli, for the inception of this conversation. Tokozo, Manotsi, Brenda, for your hard work behind the scenes and dealing with these emails that were going left, right, and center. All the counselors today, all the speakers today, I'm really thrilled. And I also have to thank my boss for allowing me the time to do this, not firing me. So, but yeah, thank you all. Thank you, Akil. It's been fantastic, and hopefully this is the start of great things. Yeah.
Same here, man.
Have a good weekend to everyone, and thank you so much.
Everyone, thank you very much.
Thank you
Have
so
a nice
much. Thank you so
week.
much.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate Fiduli. Thank you, everybody. Take care of yourselves. To my students, I'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Councillor Mandisa, thank you very much. Advocate Fiduli,
Thank
Lugo, thank you very much. President Lugo, thank you very much. Vice President, thank you very much. And to all of our panelists, thank you very much for attending. Goodbye, farewell, and take care. Some of my students still there. It's either they fell asleep or they are waiting for the after scene credits. Now I see them leaving. Okay, this Marvel movie has come to an end now, students. You're welcome to leave.